doing Raw. Only feels like the other day that we were doing this show. But I hope everyone is well. Hope everyone is excited for what is going to be quite an unpredictable show, because we, once again, as always, have not had much in the way of a preview. So what we have had is a couple of what next? What next for the Judgment Day? What next for Seth Rollins? What next for Bianca and Rhea Ripley? Like, it's those kinds of things. So, yeah, there's really not much to sit down and go through. Hopefully we get some, like, breaking news. Sometimes we get some matches that are sort of made that kind of hour before Raw begins. So there's every chance that we will this time as well. But as of right now, not really anything to preview. Obviously, the big talking point today is Jeff Hardy. I haven't really got much desire to kind of go through it, to be honest. I just think it's really sad. I haven't tweeted about it. Haven't commented about it. Just think that it's just really sad. I think he left WWE with some uncertainty. Like, what he did jumping into the crowd was very strange. And, you know, WWE were obviously concerned. He was pulled from that tour. The way that has been spun, if you will, maybe it's the truth, maybe it's not. But the way that has been spun was that it was a plan. He did it on purpose to try and get out of his contract. And then Matt very quickly brought him into AEW. And certainly some of the things that I've seen have suggested that was done on purpose. But I don't know. It never kind of sat right. Do you know what I mean? It's not really what you would expect. He wasn't really being used badly at the time. He was actually, you know, being used all right. I remember he had quite a bit of support. There was quite a lot of fans that wanted to see him getting pushed a bit more. He was being used. It's not like he was in catering or anything. Maybe it was one of those the grass is greener type situations, and even though he wasn't in the main event, maybe he thought he could get into the main event of AEW or something. And so maybe it was like a case of the grass is greener, and so maybe there was some truth to it, but it's never sat quite right with me. That never did. Never sat quite right with me. And I must admit, seeing that news today, is it the biggest surprise in the world? I mean, is it? It's not to me. I don't feel like it's the biggest surprise in the world. It feels to me like it's okay, it's happened again. I think this is his third DUI type situation. So, yeah, as I say, I don't really have much to talk about with it. What can you say? It's happened again. It's awful news. No one wants to see this happen to him. Equally, I think it's worth remembering, as much as he is struggling and this is clearly an illness, him driving under the influence is so dangerous that it's also equally at the same time hard to have and feel too much sympathy for him repeatedly doing this. Like, it is an illness. He does need help. It's something that he's been battling for a long time, and you do look at it and think, when will he overcome this? Will he overcome this? But, man, if he'd been driving under the influence and had smashed into someone and, they had tragically passed away or something, I mean, we've seen this with Sonny, like, these things can happen. Like, well, I don't think there'd be that much sympathy then, so it's heartbreaking. There's no winners in it. It's sad news. Thankfully, that never happens. Thankfully, it's nothing worse than he just got picked up for it before he did actually, collide into someone or cause some harm. But, where this leaves him, where this leaves the Hardys, I really don't know. And, look, could he be looking at jail time this time? I really don't know. I mean, this is his third time, apparently, his third time of being caught doing it. So, my feelings on it are, I feel sorry for him. It is an illness. I'm really pleased that there was nothing drastically that came out of it, like no fatalities or anything like that. I feel like I'm not saying anything controversial here. I'm sure we're all sympathetic towards him. We're all thankful there was nothing worse that happened, and we all just want the best for him. But how you go about achieving that, I genuinely don't know. Because clearly his family love him, and they will have tried a lot of things, and I don't know. I don't know how you save Jeff Hardy. I really don't know. I don't think he knows either. So, horrible situation. Dante said, did you hear that Extreme Rules will be in October in Philadelphia? Yes and no. I heard that it had been announced, but I didn't care enough to actually look to see where it was. If it's not going to be in, like, you know, some interesting place like Singapore, England, do you know, if it's just going to be somewhere in America like all the other ones are, I was like, okay, fine. So, fair play. Where is it again? I've just read it and I forgot already. And it's gone. I have no idea. No idea. Philadelphia, was it? I don't know. They should. It'd be good to see them go abroad. I'd love that. They must be able to sell out an arena in Mexico. They must be able to go over to Australia again, or do you know what I mean? Like, it would be really cool to see them do something different, but I suppose you probably wouldn't do that for a B show, but I'm just ready for something a bit different. I'm ready for a different flavour now. I was wondering if you've seen the price for the Ric Flair match. It can't be right at $199. That's not what I've seen. I mean, unless it's been changed, but if you go onto Fight TV, I mean, I was on about 2 weeks ago, there's a few different packages because it's actually a part of, is it StarCast? So, basically, you can get £200-odd package that gives you Ric Flair's last match. You also get access to a lot of the other events that are happening at the time. Like, there's loads of things that are going on. And so you get access to it all. You can basically tune in, watch any show you want, watch any interview you want, any kind of sit-down talk. I think there's loads of, like, live podcasts that are coming from there. There's loads of Q&As with people. There's loads of other shows that are going to be taking place. Maybe like GCW and all that kind of stuff. And I think that £200 package gets you access to everything. What I saw is that there was another option that was about £40, £40, that was specifically just the Ric Flair match. So you don't get all that other stuff. You don't get access to GCW and all the other promotions, all the sit-down interviews and all that kind of stuff. You literally just get Ric Flair's last match. And I don't know if there's a bit of an undercard to that as well. I don't know if that is a show or if it's just a match. Like, the details on it are really flipping sketchy. Like, I don't think they're doing a very good job of building this at all. I still don't know the opponent. I don't know the structure. I don't know anything. I don't know anything about it other than what I've just said. So I would love to see them get a press release out there that's got all that information, and then people can make their minds up as to whether they want to watch it or not. Because right now, I still don't know if I'm doing it, to be honest. I mean, Ric Flair's last match is, you know, interesting. If it's true, it's probably not true. But Ric Flair's last match is interesting. I've seen some clips of him training, and he looks good. He looks in decent shape, so I'm not too concerned about his health, because I feel like it'll be a tag match. He'll come in for a few moments. You know, it ain't going to be a half an hour all Ric Flair non-stop match. I mean, those days are gone. But him tagging in, doing a few things, you know, coming in for a few minutes at a time, I can see it being that, going through his greatest hits, you know, the kind of usual Ric Flair things that he does. I've seen him, like, doing training on those, and he looks like he can still do it all fine and execute it. But actually carrying a match and having a singles match, that ain't going to happen. So, you know, it'll be the other people that do a lot of the heavy lifting, which is why it'd be really interesting to know who are those other people. It really feels like FTR really should be involved. They really should be involved. But I don't know. I don't know who it's going to end up being, to be honest. So I haven't seen any rumours on that. And as I said, that was a couple of weeks ago that I looked. So, I mean, look, is there a chance that the pricing has drastically changed? Maybe. It's been a couple of weeks and I've just not seen anything on it. So, do you think the way WWE got Edge out of Judgment Day was weird? Damian Priest saying he was holding them back makes no sense considering Edge made them relevant and interesting. It was a bit strange. It was sometimes when you do that kind of thing, I mean, there was a few things to it that was weird. You know, first of all, Finn Balor came in and he just joined. I mean, there was an opportunity there to have Balor turn on AJ, or, do you know what I mean, have it during a match type situation or just before a match. Like, to just see Balor just come walking out was weird. not only that, but for it to happen just the next day after a pay-per-view would make you question, well, hang on, when did they get time to have these like conversations? Maybe they had them straight after the match. So you can kind of get your head around that. But equally, how much time was there then for Finn Balor to convince Rhea and Damian Priest that they needed to get rid of Edge? I mean, if it was the match after the match, I mean, we are literally saying that match ends, I don't know, let's say 9 o'clock on Sunday. By 24 hours later, not only has Finn Balor been convinced to join them, but he's also managed within that time frame to turn Damian Priest and Rhea Ripley against Edge. So, the time frame for it is weird and short as well. And then, yeah, I mean, why would they even go for it? You know, Edge has plucked them out of obscurity, and they won that match on Sunday. So, yeah, that is strange also. So there was plenty that was weird about it. But I still like it because I think Finn Balor leading that group is good. I like the look of it. We actually did a quick poll of, do you prefer Balor being the leader or Edge being the leader? And people were saying that they preferred the idea of Balor being the leader for now. So I would say right now, even though it's strange how like they went about it, I think Balor joining is fun. I'm down for that. I think Balor becoming the leader, no one saw that coming. So there was a surprise element to that. And, you know, look, could within that time frame all of that stuff have happened? Sure. Maybe Rhea and Damian already had a few doubts as to whether Edge really had the ability to take them to the next level. Like, he brought them together, but maybe there was some stuff that was going on behind the scenes, you know, in kayfabe, that, you know, wasn't sitting quite right, and it didn't take much for Balor to convince them that he would be a better leader. So, look, is it all plausible and possible? It is. It is still. It is. Is it likely? Probably not. But is it weird? Definitely. But is it plausible and possible that those things could have happened? Yes. So I think whilst you've still got that grip on reality, I'm still firmly on board with it. So, yeah, it was weird, but not weird to the point where I would say, oh, it's a load of rubbish, it's a load of nonsense, because I still feel like it could have happened. It could have happened. There was enough time to still do those things. However unlikely it might be, it was still possible. But, you know, they are obviously teasing, or they haven't teased yet, but there's been lots of talk about the group going supernatural. I'm certainly not thrilled about that, and I really hope it doesn't go in that direction, but I am prepared for it to go in that direction because, you know, the reports have been out there. And they've said, like, it's going to be a new look for the Judgment Day tonight, but that could mean nothing more than, you know, Finn Balor's joined now. So, of course, it's a new look because Finn Balor is the leader. So, it might mean nothing more than that. But a few people have seen that and read it as they're going to now start doing the supernatural thing. So, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what we get tonight. And will be the Judgment Day segments. I say segments. I feel like we might get them more than once. Might get them in the open. Might get them at the end in a main event. Might get them in their segment. And then Rhea Ripley as a solo match. Might be that we get a Judgment Day segment. Damian Priest as a match. Or Balor as a match. So, there might be a couple of segments that we get from the Judgment Day tonight. Certainly feels like one of the bigger talking points that's going on Raw at the moment. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to seeing where it goes. Right now, I'm still on board. Still on board the Judgment Day train. But I am also checking where the exits are, just in case I've got to jump off tonight. Judgment Day will end up being a new Retribution faction. Vince will kill this stable quickly, says Gerard. Slim Shady said, if Andre the Giant was still alive, what type of push do you think should give him? What type of push do you think they should give him if Andre was still alive? Do you know, I mean, it is quite interesting, because if Andre was still alive, it's hard to know how much people would be impressed with Andre in this day and age. I really think that back in the day, the world was a lot smaller. You know, the kind of entertainment you had was you had a few channels on TV. You could go to cinema. Obviously, you could travel, but people weren't, not as many people were traveling as much as they are now, and they weren't traveling as far as they are now. And so it's sort of like it felt a bit more like you were in your part of the country in America. And, of course you would stray out of there. I'm not saying everyone just stayed where they were, but I'm saying that a lot of people, lived that life where it was, 9 to 5, get up, do the job, not even 9 to 5, 9 to 9, worked hard. And, when it came to unwind, you'd watch something on TV, or, I don't know, maybe you'd go to cinema or whatever. But it's not like the world is now. I mean, there was no internet. There was no Twitter. There was no YouTube. There was no streaming services. There was barely video games. So, I feel like when Andre came to town, if you go back to that sort of mindset, when Andre came to your town, it is like the strongest man in the world, the biggest man in the world, the biggest spectacle in the world is coming to your town, and you would go. You would go and see Andre the Giant, because he is just everything. Do you know what I mean? And you know what promoters are like. They'll spin you any yarn. I'd imagine that he was billed as the biggest man in the world, the strongest man in the world. I'm sure he had all of those monikers as he was traveling around. And so, back then, he was seen as a god. He was seen as this larger-than-life god who was just... people were in awe of. And in this modern world where you've got people that are much more well-travelled, much more, I don't want to say knowledgeable, because that really feels like I'm being disrespectful to people of the past, but I do think with access to the internet, you are seeing things and you are expanding your mind and being subjected to theories and footage from all over the world. I mean, if I want to go and watch Korean wrestling, if it would take me all of 2 seconds to just punch it into Google, I mean, that is just unfathomable to people from the 70s. Do you know what I mean? I mean, there was just no way they could watch Korean wrestling unless they had access to someone that had a videotape of Korean wrestling. I mean, it's just a completely different world. And I feel like, look at how Big Show was used in comparison to how Andre was used. Andre went around, travelled around, and was seen as a god. Big Show was more on TV and was, not booked right, was he? I mean, he could have been the modern-day Andre the Giant, Big Show. Easily could have been the modern-day Andre the Giant. But it's really interesting to see how Big Show was used and how, he was not booked correctly. He was not treated like the giant that he was throughout his time. I also think that the thing that with Andre was that as he went round all the different towns, he would go, have an impact, and leave. So he would come to your town, you'd go and watch him, he'd be in a program, he'd help the baby faces or whatever, and then he would go and he'd go to the next town, and then you wouldn't see him again for a year or so, and then he'd go to the next town and do basically the same thing again, but over in this new town, and then he'd leave there, go to a different town, and he would just travel around doing basically the same thing. Sometimes he'd be in battle royals, sometimes he'd save the baby face, whatever, right? But he basically used to just travel around doing that. With Big Show, he was just constantly on TV, and week after week, you just got desensitized to it. You just got used to his size, Big Show. Do you know what I mean? Very quickly, they stopped booking him like the giant killer that he could have been, and we stopped seeing him as the big giant that he was. So if Andre was around today, the way to book him would be to learn from what happened with Big Show, and it would be you book him sparingly. You don't have him on all the time. He has to be an attraction. He has to be someone that's kind of like, if a baby face is in trouble and they really need backup, he goes and gets Andre. If you've got a big battle royal, then, maybe Andre gets involved. And you do that, basically. I don't think you can afford to have him on TV week in, week out. And if he is going to be around on TV, I think you'd have to do like what they've done with Roman, which is backstage, where Roman's in his locker room, watching TV and they'll have some backstage bits. Like maybe you could get away with having Andre on the show that way, where he's just backstage watching the show, or he's, you know, drinking loads of beers, playing cards or whatever. But he's not actually out there getting his hands dirty. But I think like any matches would need to be like Brock Lesnar, would need to be sparingly, and you'd book him. I'd book him that way personally. I think you've got to try and keep him as special as you can for as long as you can. And in the modern world, that would be really, really challenging. It'd be really hard to do because we've learnt those lessons again and again and again. And Big Show would be the biggest example of that. Who I think, if you took Big Show, dropped him into the 1970s and there was no Andre, he would have had as big of an impact because of his size. You know, he would have been booked the same way Andre would have been booked, and you know, he would have had that same impact. I don't want to talk down Andre though, because Andre, I think, also knew how to be a giant, maybe better than anyone. I mean, Andre knew, like, you know, not to like throw himself around and do drop kicks and splashes off the top and everything. He knew that he was the lumbering giant, and he knew how to play that role, and he played it very, very well. Actually, in his early career, he was doing drop kicks, and he was doing like loads of stuff, and he was leaving his feet, and he was quite agile. But that's not the Andre that everyone remembers. The Andre everyone remembers is really, you know, the WrestleMania 3, when his back's completely gone and he's wearing a brace underneath his singlet and his back is shot. Like, and so he naturally comes across as lumbering, like, because of like how his back is gone. And, you know, his health is horrific. It took a lot to convince him to do WrestleMania 3. And how ironic that for someone that is such a legend of wrestling, because he hadn't done that much that had been seen internationally, like recorded, it's WrestleMania 3 that everyone thinks about. But his career goes, you know, all the way back into the 70s, and he was doing, like, you know, amazing stuff. I mean, there's some great footage out there of Andre. So, yeah, an interesting question, and one that I think we could spend some time on. We won't, because there's probably no need. But I think learn from the mistakes of Big Show. Don't overexpose, and you know, try and keep him as much of a giant as possible. Wrestling with Andy, hello. I saw the new Jurassic Park in 4D at the weekend. We endure streams 4D for the full day's experience. What do you mean you saw it on 4D? I didn't even know they were doing it on 4D. Isn't 4D where, like, it squirts water at you or something, and, like, there's, like, a smell in the air and all that kind of stuff? I think that's 4D, isn't it? Is that 4D? Or am I wrong? Is that 5? That might even be 5D. I have no idea. I went and saw Honey, You Shrunk the Kids in, like, 4D or whatever. This was years ago, back in, like, 97, I think it was, in Florida. I can't even remember what park now. It's probably Universal. But you sat in the cinema and you put the glasses on, and then, like, the film played, and it was a special short film. And then, like, the seat would squirt water at you in front. It had, like, a water pistol built into it. So there'd be a bit where, like, you know, there'd be some water shooting around and you'd get it in the face. The worst bit, and I've told this story before, but the worst bit was they had a box of mice, like, in a laboratory, and the box falls over. And these mice just start running off the edge of the screen, right? So they get to the edge of the screen. Now, obviously, there's not mice in the cinema. There probably is, but not meant to be. So what they did is, under the seat in front, it had little bursts of air. It had, like, these jets that just shot these bursts of air, and it really felt like there was things running around your feet, because it was just firing off, like, these little bursts of air. And honestly, when you're sat there and you see these mice coming off the edge of the screen, then all of a sudden you feel something on the floor, flipping freaks you out. I was freaked out. I didn't like it at all. So I've seen that, but that was only really short. I don't know what 4D would be when it comes to something like a Jurassic Park. It might be nothing like that. It might just be maybe, I don't know, maybe it goes back a bit or something with the glasses rather than coming out. Maybe it goes, I don't know. Let me know. I want to know what it is now. Got me intrigued. Edward said, thoughts on Joshua getting 100 million a year to sign with DAZN? Fair play, yeah. I mean, he's one of the biggest boxers in the world. There's always going to be a clamour for him to be on a certain broadcasting partner. Sky Sports, I think, felt quite comfortable they could get him to stay with them, but he ended up going with DAZN, so fair play. United with Love said, I'm not saying Roman should face any negativity. I'm fine with him not being so regular, but when Brock was champion, people didn't have that same energy. Don't you think it's hypocritical? No, I don't think it's hypocritical because I don't think everyone is fine with Roman not being at Money in the Bank. I think there's a lot of people that are questioning as to why Roman's not there. I've had a few people going, why is he not defending it? Why is the match with Riddle next week and not at Money in the Bank? Like, we're starting to see people saying that, both belts being on Roman kind of means there's no title now on Raw. I'm starting to see people are getting tired of Roman with the titles. I think Roman can continue to be champion because I think he is still the best at the moment, and I think he is the right person. He's the biggest star. He feels like the biggest star. Whilst he's got those belts, it's down to WWE to build someone else up, and they were building Cody, but now Cody's out for potentially 9 months. So all of a sudden now, you do kind of look around and go, oh dear, got a bit of a problem. Maybe hence why Edge is out of Judgment Day, and we might see them do something with Edge now again as a solo star. So I think it would be wrong to think that people aren't getting tired of Roman as champion, or that people are not dissatisfied that he's not at Money in the Bank, or there's not questions as to why we're not seeing him, on Raw or on SmackDown as much. I am definitely seeing that. I would say you're right that it was louder for Brock, but what I would say is that I believe Brock was a heel at the time, and so people naturally had a dislike to him anyway. But also, I think that he was someone that was taking time off because he wanted to. And I think with Roman, there's always that seed of doubt that Roman's taking time off because of his illness. That leukemia announcement from Roman was massive, and I think really blew people's minds. And I think, he has had such affection. There's been such affection for Roman since that point. If you look at how Roman was being treated and booed up until that point, and then he makes that announcement, and we all discover that he'd been battling this without us even knowing, I think there was so much affection that when he came back, there was, great will. Even when he's turned heel, people have enjoyed it. It's been enjoyable. He's been one of the most enjoyable parts of WWE. So I sort of feel like him not being around, there's definitely people that are like, oh my God, why are we not seeing the champion as much? Why is the belt not being defended at Money in the Bank? All this kind of stuff. But I think there's more affection for him because of the leukemia thing. I also think that there's a lot of people that just, didn't like Brock because he was a heel, he's arrogant, and, there's people that just naturally find him to be a heel. With Roman, I don't think as many people feel that way about him. And I think also, it's still relatively early in him not being around as much. He's been very active in the build to WrestleMania. It's just been really since WrestleMania. Haven't seen him as much. The focus has been more on Usos and RK Bro, but he's still been involved. But now I think as the weeks go by, you'll start to see more and more people speaking out and speaking up if he doesn't return. But look, we're getting him next week. He's taking on Riddle, isn't he? What happens after that, though, could be quite interesting. I don't know what he's going through. I don't know why he's not around. I don't know if it is just time off. It very much could be. And it'll be interesting to see when we see him after next week. So I expect him, obviously, to win against Riddle, and then, we'll go from there. Ron said, do you think Big Show is Andre's son? They tried to tell that, didn't they? That was exactly the story they were trying to convince people, was that he was Andre's son. So, clearly we know he's not, but it's, that's why it's a good comparison, because they knew at the time that this was the biggest guy that we'd seen since Andre, and so he was brought in as Andre the Giant's son into WCW. And I think that it's right to have viewed him that way, but how interesting that Andre is regarded as like one of the greats of all time, and was more limited, actually, certainly towards the end, was more limited than what Big Show was. Big Show is way more agile, has kind of learnt how to interact with the crowd a lot more, and really doesn't, he didn't get booked right. He just didn't get booked right. He was overexposed, flip-flop between heel and face way too much. I mean, no idea genuinely how many times he changed heel and face. It became a meme. It became a joke that he was flipping all the time. But I think that if they'd have just kept it whereby he stayed a face and maybe you do one heel turn, like Hogan, who was, as soon as Hulkamania starts, he's a face. And then you get that turn in the mid-90s. And I know he ends up going back to being face after that, but there's not many examples, is there, of Hogan flip-flopping around. And I do think that if you're going to change face, change heel, change face, change heel, like, that's a problem. Like, it's a problem. Like, really, if you're a good person, you should be a face and you should stay a face. If you're a bad person, you're a heel and you should stay a heel. But the occasional switch, like once, maybe twice in your career, people can get on board with. Like Roman, he was, badass face. Then they've switched him heel. But you can't keep flip-flopping people around. It's like it's one of the biggest things that someone can do is like how they interact with an audience. Like, it changes their whole character, and so you can't keep flip-flopping it around. And they just did with Big Show. I mean, it's a big conversation. You could sit here and go through a list of stuff they got wrong with Big Show. But I know he doesn't appreciate his booking either, how he was booked. He thinks he was completely booked wrong as well. But, and that's maybe for another day. Eric Defcon Prime, shout out to you, dude, says Jericho Appreciation Society in Hurt Business colours on AEW, Doc. Could that be a rib on MVP? Jeez, if it is a rib on MVP, it's a pretty rubbish one, isn't it? If they're ribbing MVP by wearing similar colours to the Hurt Business on AEW Dark that about 5 people are going to see, then let them get on with it. So, no, I don't know. I wouldn't even be, if I was MVP, I wouldn't even be bothered by that. That is what they should be doing, though. If you're Jericho Appreciation Society, and we said before, if you are sports entertainment, then you need to represent sports entertainment. And I think largely, outside of maybe what they wore at Anarchy in the Arena, other than that, I don't think they've done a very good job of representing sports entertainment at all. I like Jericho calling himself the Wizard and throwing fireballs. I like that, if he's taking the mick out of sports entertainment. But I feel like just calling yourself that and throwing fireballs isn't enough. Like, they need to look like they love sports entertainment and they represent sports entertainment, which is why Anarchy in the Arena, when they were in white and they had the Kangol hats, and they were trying to, have a bit of uniformity, and they were wearing some... I want to see them wearing, like, silly attire. I want to see them wearing the kind of things that the Revival almost got made to wear. Do you remember those leaked images of the Revival's costumes that were, like, big clocks and bright colours and tassels and all this kind of stuff? Like, I feel like all of that is what the Jericho Appreciation Society should be wearing, as a way of, like, taking the mick out of sports entertainment. But they don't do it. So if they are now going to start wearing, like, well-known attires, like maybe they wear the colours of the Hurt Business, maybe they wear tactical vests like the Shield, maybe they come out in, like, bright-coloured singlets and, like, the New Day, and start chucking pancakes out into the crowd. Like, that is exactly what they should be doing, if they want to get across the fact that they love sports entertainment. But I don't think doing it on Dark is going to intimidate or even register, to be honest. I don't think MVP will even notice. It's all the same with the air pockets and water when the dinosaurs are in the water and the car scenes and stuff like that. Ah, wow. I am never going to that Wrestle with Andy. Because I've been scarred. I've been scarred by what I saw at Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Smithster said, Australia are in the World Cup, you bloody beauty. Struth. Throw another shrimp on the barbie. Are they? Have they qualified? They beat Peru, did they? Well done. Well done, Australia. Welcome. Welcome to the dance. Australia then at the World Cup alongside USA, Canada, England, Ukraine. No, Wales. It was Wales that won. In my head then, Ukraine got through. They didn't. Wales got through. So Australia, yeah, joining. Very good. There's still another one, isn't there? Is it UAE against... No. Who is it? UAE and New Zealand or something. I think there's still one more to go to decide, and then we'll know as to who's going to the World Cup. I mean, we already know England are winning it, but it'd be nice to know who England have got to beat. So, look forward to that. Australia, shout out to you. That was the worst Australian accent ever. Oh, Struth, mate! No, it's brilliant. It's a great accent. A lot of people will have tuned in going, are you Australian? Wow, I didn't know Daze was Australian. I think Eric Young is going to win the Impact title, says Richards. Dante said, who would you like to see win Money in the Bank for men's and women's? Sami Zayn for the men. I've already laid out my reasons for why. And for the women, it's hard to not say Asuka. But she did win it a couple of years ago, so it does feel like it probably should be someone else. Bayley would be fun. Imagine if that's when Bayley comes back. I'd be alright with that. And actually, do you know what? Another one would be Alexa Bliss. Because, and hear me out, everyone knows, and if you don't know by now, you should know. I don't like the supernatural stuff in pro wrestling, right? I'm not a fan of it. I don't care what example you want to come up with. You can throw anything you like at me. I don't like it, okay? And I didn't enjoy Alexa as a result when she was doing that. Now that she's moved away from that and she's just having normal matches, I really feel like she deserves and, should be backed. It's kind of like, okay, we're not doing that stuff anymore. Personally, thank you, right? So now let's give her something to actually run with and actually go forward with, right? Let's give her the Money in the Bank so that she's got something that at least, even if she's coming out and, winning matches, losing matches, she's still got this Money in the Bank that she's going to stay, she's going to be relevant. Alexa will always be relevant. But since she, if you look at, what's happened this year, I mean, we've had, 6 months of the year. She, at the start of the year, was just involved in therapy sessions, which ultimately then they seem to completely just spin around on, right? Which I said at the time felt like this wasn't where it was meant to go. I really don't think they sat down at the start of those therapy sessions and thought to themselves, let's tell this story over 7 weeks, and at the end, we'll just have it where the therapist gives her the doll and says, actually, just carry on doing what you're doing. I don't believe that was the plan. Because why would you do that? Why would you spend all that time and tell that story? I think they had to spin it round because she was needed for the Saudi Arabia show. And I think maybe someone had said they wanted Alexa and they wanted Lily and they wanted all this stuff, but they were in the middle of changing her. So they were like, oh, okay, we need to do a 180 here. So they spun it round. They took her to the Saudi show. She was obviously sat on the swing in the Elimination Chamber, blah, blah, blah. Same character. There was no change. And then she went away and she wasn't at WrestleMania. She wasn't booked for that. There was nothing that was there for her. She finally returns. I don't even think it was the Raw after Mania. I can't remember quite when it was. But it was relatively recently. So she finally returns, and she has now changed. So the therapy sessions were just delayed. That was all. It was just it was the delayed. So the therapy sessions did work in the end. So she has spun her character around. But now we've got nothing for her. And WWE have seemingly had nothing for her all year. And I find that staggering, to be honest, considering she's a former multiple-time female champion. She's got a big following on Twitter. She's a good wrestler. She's not the biggest girl, which might hold her back a bit. But, there's quite a few girls that are not the biggest. So, but she can wrestle. She can go. She's always been a good talker. She was so good that they gave her that moment of bliss. So she had her own talking segment. So, she can clearly talk at promos. Big following. I have no idea what we're doing with her. I don't know what we're doing with her. But my concern is that she is just going to, bob along and just kind of go out, have the odd match, win, lose. I feel like, come on, let's do something. Let's do something with her. She's only ever going to be able to be as good as the creative that she's given. And you've got to give her something to do. So after being out of the picture for so long, we were just talking about how people can get stale and, Big Show you got overexposed to. We haven't been exposed to Alexa for God knows how long. I mean, we haven't been seeing her. And when we did see her before, her last gimmick divided opinions as to whether you liked it or not. Now, I feel like we should do something. Let's do something. So I feel like Alexa should absolutely be in the conversation. I feel like Asuka's always in the conversation. For me, she's the best female wrestler. Bayley could be a great way to bring her back if there's like a mystery person that could enter it. And if there is a mystery person, there's a good chance Bayley could be that person. And it'd be a nice way of bringing Bayley back. The other one would be Liv. I think that Liv is feeling probably bigger than she has in quite a long time. I think that her being in that feud against Judgment Day, her going up against like Rhea and everything. I don't think it's. I mean, Rhea's moving on to the title match, but I don't know that Rhea wins. Either way, Liv is kind of around. She's around. She feels like she's about 1 or 2 steps away from the title. She doesn't feel that far away anymore. For the longest time, we didn't even see her on the show. Whereas now we're seeing her in a feud. She's just been in a feud with Rhea Ripley. And she might even still be in a feud with Judgment Day. We don't know. We don't know where Judgment Day are going now. So it feels to me like Liv is in the conversation. And we could definitely see them going in that direction as well. So those are the names that I would think for the females. For the males, I mean, Seth, Edge. I mean, I feel like there's loads that you could have, but I like the Sammy one. Fun fact, since 2019, WWE has always had Money in the Bank be both Raw and SmackDown. We've yet to have 2 winners of the men's and women's from the same brand. Does the formula continue to keep the TV networks happy? Maybe. Maybe it does. I must admit, it's not something that I ever really pay much attention to, but it's a very interesting fact, because if it means that the women's one's first and someone from Raw wins, does that then mean that you are down to the SmackDown participants for the men? And then, will it be one of those? And so it is a Raw and a SmackDown if you're telling me that every year since 2019, I suppose you can only go that far back because before that, SmackDown was on USA Network. So I suppose you can only go that far back. But, past 3 years, it's not the biggest sample size, but interesting all the same. So, yeah, maybe there will be a winner from Raw and a winner from SmackDown. Brock is going to return on the 27th of June, says... is that true? He's coming back for Cena's thing, is he? Isn't 27th of June Cena's thing? Alexa Bliss Gamer said, I love Alexa Bliss and all of her characters. I know you do, dude. I know you do. Come rain or shine, you've stood there. You've stood by her. Much like myself. Much like me. well, basically in the same boat. Root Beer Float said, I think Jeff Hardy could be replaced by Christian and be Matt Hardy's partner in the ladder match Wednesday. Christian has got history with Matt Hardy, plus Christian has history with Jurassic Express. It's going to be interesting to see what they're going to do with that, to be honest, isn't it? I mean, it is a big match that they've got on Wednesday. This is a big development. There's no way that Jeff's going to be able to partake in that, or at least I wouldn't imagine that he would. I mean, he might be out on bail, but I can't imagine that they would have him in it. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. It'll be interesting to see how they tell that story as well. Like, will they acknowledge what happened to Jeff, or will they make out that he was attacked backstage? Or it will be very interesting to see how they deal with it. Lance said Alexa Bliss needs to get off TV. She's a horrendous character. Well, her character has changed. I mean, now she doesn't do anything, really. I mean, I don't know that there's anything that she does that you could say is offensive right now. All she does is, I mean, she carries Lily around, but Lily is nothing more than a mascot at this stage. No different to how Drew brings down a sword. You know, Alexa brings down Lily, and we know why. It's, you know, it sells tons of dolls, and they don't want to get rid of it. If anything, they got rid of the old Lily so that they could have this Lily, which looks exactly like the one that you buy. You know what I mean? So they've actually replaced the old Lily with one that's identical to the one that you get from WWE shops, so that if you do buy it, you don't feel like you haven't got the real one. If you do buy one of those, you are getting the real Lily. So yeah, it's outside of that, which I'm not bothered by. I don't think there's really anything that she does. Right now, she's just like a bit of a blank canvas, to be honest. She just smiles, comes down to the ring, has a match, and goes again. That's it. She's just waiting for some creative. She's just waiting for something. Like, I feel sorry for her right now. I feel sorry for her. Do you see AJ still involved with Judgment Day or moving on? Well, we'll find out tonight. It's going to be hard, isn't it? Because Judgment Day are going to need opponents. You would think that Edge is going to be one of those opponents. He's clearly not going to be able to take them on his own. So is it now going to be Edge, AJ, and Liv taking on Finn Balor, Damien? I mean, it's going to be weird, isn't it? But that could make for some very fun segments. I would very much look forward to Edge calling AJ out and Liv Morgan out and trying to plead with them to work with him. Because it'll be a conversation of, look, I need you right now and you need me because we've got a problem. I've created a monster and that monster is now out of control. And we have got to come together to try and take it down. And that monster is Judgment Day. So there could be some really fun segments that kind of come out of it. So we'll find out tonight. Harley said, have you seen what Wrestling Ticks have said? Apparently they only sold less than 4,000 tickets when the arena has a capacity of 15,000. I did see that, yes. So apparently, and I didn't know this, the lowest capacity so far is something like 4,000, is it? 4,000, I think, is the lowest capacity that a show has had since it went on the road touring again for a SmackDown. I don't know. I mean, like, I can't be the only one that, like, watches the crowd and every week it feels like every week there's about 15,000, 10 to 15,000 that's there. I mean, they do such a good job every week of, like, you know, showing you loads of people. I totally know that the other side, the hard cam side, has probably got no one on it. But what we get to see always looks full. You know, when I found out that one of the shows had only had like 4,000 people attend that we've watched, I was in shock. Because I cannot remember watching a SmackDown that felt like there was only 4,000 people there. But apparently there was last year, end of last year. There was a show that only had 4,000 people. They're saying tonight there might be even less than that. So, really good point and something worth keeping an eye on. That this potentially could set the new records for the lowest live attended show WWE have had since getting crowds back. So, yeah, interesting. It's a real indicator that things aren't quite working at the moment for WWE. I mean, obviously, they've just had to move Money in the Bank. They're obviously struggling when it comes to ticket sales. Obviously, all of it is kind of largely kept on the down low. The only stuff that they put out is their record revenues and, how well everything's going. But there's definitely some indicators that not everything is rosy. But you never quite know what's happening behind the scenes, and there might be reasons for it. There might not be panicked. There might be it could be a market that's kind of known for that. It could be that this is a venue that they always struggle to draw in. So I don't know. I'm not too concerned about it, but it's certainly something to keep an eye on. Isn't Cena tonight? No, Cena's the 27th. David Paul, hello, said, going off WWE topics. I don't mind doing that. Did you see the tweet I sent you regarding Jay White saying that he created AEW? Thoughts if you saw the video. I did see the video. Thank you for sending. I watched it. I thought it was good promo. I think that Jay White is trying to, find a way of building up some hype. I mean, there's zero credit that he can take for AEW. He knows that as well. The truth of the matter is that even before Jay White was around, I mean, I don't even think Jay White was in New Japan when Omega and Okada were having their iconic matches. I don't even think Jay White was in New Japan when, the Young Bucks were, becoming one of the most decorated tag teams in New Japan history. Jay White was, he was off doing stuff in Mexico and, when you're, coming through the ranks at New Japan, you get sent off on, is it called excursion? It's where you kind of go off and you spend time in England and you spend time. It's amazing, actually. If you come into WWE, you just go to NXT and you just trained in NXT and you go there. If you come through the ranks in New Japan, it's a proper, they send you around the world. You go and learn the Mexican style of wrestling, then they'll put you in England so you can learn there. They'll have you do some stuff in America. You'll go back to Japan. You'll be trained in the dojos. I mean, it's just completely different education because they're trying to create a different superstar. They're trying to create pro wrestler, whereas WWE are trying to create a superstar. So Jay White was off and around doing all that when, all that came through. My argument to Jay White saying he created AEW would be, I think that there was quite a few factors that created AEW. Jay White was not one. One was that Tony Khan had money and wanted to create a brand, right? So Tony Khan is absolutely one. Without Tony Khan's money, there is no AEW. But not only that, I think that Omega and the Young Bucks in particular, and Bullet Club in particular, the success of all of that meant that there was a group of wrestlers outside of WWE that were investable. You could invest in them. If you could get them, there was a very exciting group, the Elite. So you've got Hangman, you've got Kenny, you've got the Young Bucks. Potentially, I mean, we didn't know who else might join them. Would Kota Ibushi go as well? Who was obviously got a great relationship with Kenny Omega. Would Adam Cole go over? You didn't quite know, but there was loads of people that were kind of in New Japan at that time that were red hot in the Western world to hardcore wrestling fans, that if you could get them, you could create a promotion with. And that's got nothing to do with Jay White. Again, if he wants to spin it that he was the person that drove them away, that's fine. But, I mean, that would be like saying that the reason that Johnny Gargano left NXT was because of Grayson Waller, which, do you know what I mean? It's just, Grayson Waller was the person that beat up Johnny Gargano, but we all know that Johnny didn't decide to leave NXT because of Grayson Waller. So, yeah, I get why he did it. I thought it was a very good promo, but there's clearly no truth to it. Without Kenny Omega, Young Bucks, there wouldn't be AEW. If Jay White doesn't beat Omega, Kenny doesn't leave New Japan. Just saying things could be different, says Kyle. If Jay White doesn't beat Omega, Kenny doesn't leave New Japan. That's wrong. I think you're confusing like storyline with real life. So, Kenny saw an opportunity where a promotion is being created in North America by his close friends, and he wants to be a part of that. As to whether Jay White beats him or not is irrelevant. It all comes down to contracts, and it all comes down to, who... Jay White beating him means nothing. Could have been anyone that beats him, right? But it's... Because that's just all in storyline, but... he wanted to be a part of that. Kenny would have to want to be a part of AEW. He'd have to decide that he wanted to go there. He equally could have decided to have stayed with New Japan, but he didn't. He decided to go with Jericho, who was obviously free at that time as well. Jericho had been doing stuff in New Japan. And this is what we're saying. There was a group of people that were investable. Maybe you could also make an argument that Jericho plays a massive part. I feel like Jericho definitely could sit down and say, without me, there's no AEW, because I don't know that would be correct, because I feel like they might have been able to have done it without him anyway. But I bet Tony Khan felt a lot more comfortable about investing that amount of money in AEW and creating it, knowing that a star as internationally known as Jericho was going to be a part of it. I bet he felt a lot more comfortable. Like, Jericho is huge for the start of AEW. He is huge. But, so is Kenny, so's the Young Bucks, so's Hangman. That whole group of them, deciding that they're going to leave New Japan and go over is massive. Can you put a poll up to see if Undertaker was supernatural because William is out of his mind right now? Okay, I'm not seeing that. We're not going to bother putting a poll up because a poll is not going to give us the answer, is it? Because to me, he wasn't. I've said that before, that to me, I think you could watch Undertaker. The thing with Undertaker, and we're literally about to start Raw, so we can't spend long on this, but we've spoke about it before. I grew up watching wrestling, and wrestling to me was quite a personal thing. I didn't really watch it with friends. I'd watch it with my cousins sometimes, and maybe the odd show with friends. But largely it was me in my room just watching it on my own. It's kind of, what I mean? Like, you'd go back, maybe I'd go to a car boot, buy a videotape and watch it, right? So your perspective and what you saw and how you interpreted it is a personal thing. So you probably watched it and saw it a certain way. I watched it and saw it a certain way. And everything Undertaker did could be explained. I could explain it. I could explain that it wasn't supernatural. The character was someone that was a master of mind games to me. Now, I'm not saying that is correct. I'm not saying that is what WWE were trying to achieve. I have no idea what they were trying to achieve. But to me, I could always explain it as being pyro or a magic trick. Like, you could always explain it. So to me, he wasn't supernatural. To me, what we saw from The Fiend went further than what we saw from The Undertaker. And there's definitely stuff The Fiend did and the stuff Alexa did that is undeniably supernatural. So, I can't debate that one. Got the Miz in the ring. So, yeah, doing a poll would just be asking people how they interpreted it. So, I've got a Japanese... Has anyone else got a Japanese commentator? I've got Japanese commentary. Has anyone else got Japanese commentary? What's going on? Hang on. I've got Miz TV with Paul Heyman. I've got someone from Japan. I know, Miz. I might be, maybe I've lost my mind. So let's see. People say BT has got the wrong language. People okay, so people have got it same. Oh no, and Miz, Pohema. Oh no, money in the bank. I have no idea what's being said. I can't even hear them because I've got them talking over the top. Money on bank. Oh, it's gone! Yeah! In my mind, there was a mad scramble at BT Sport then. They were like, oh my god! Pulling out wires. How do we get the Japanese commentary off? Ah! Right, it's gone. Well, that was a pretty wild first 3 minutes here in the UK. I don't know if that was around the world, but here in the UK, we had a Japanese commentator over the top. Right. So I think Miz is talking. I'm going to have to try and catch up here. Miz is talking about wanting to get the briefcase. Hustle for Love, hello. What's up, Days? Good evening time from New York City. It's Raw time, can't wait. Hustle for Love, shout out to you. Shout out to New York, the Big Apple. Hope you are well. Say hello to the Statue of Liberty from me. Sexy lady. Okay, so Miz is talking about how he wants to win Money in the Bank, wants to cash it in, how there would be fear on the face of the champion. Paul Heyman is sat there just listening. The person that wins this, more than likely, will cash in on the undisputed WWE Universal Champion, Roman Reigns. Paul Heyman's like, yeah, And they shall fail, says Paul Heyman. And they shall fail. The percentage rate of people cashing in on Roman when Roman is champion is 0. This Friday night, your tribal chief, Roman Reigns, will defend. So Heyman just promoting the match against Riddle. As long as they don't do Miz and Otis BS with briefcakes this time, says James. That's true. That did suck. Jeremy said, Liv and Alexa are a team tonight. Harley said, did Heyman forget about Sheamus? I think we all forget about Sheamus. I saw something about Usman, but it went. Hayden said, shout out, you're a legend. 21 forever. I've seen Hayden counting down till his birthday, till he's 21. Shout out to you, Hayden. Appreciate the support, dudes. Hope you are well. Hope you're having a good day. Sunny, windy, rainy New Zealand. Here's Riddle. I could have sworn that I heard you say my name. There's a very excited woman in the front row that's got a Hey Randy shirt on. Just saw her like... Okay, so Riddle is in the ring. We demand respect. Okay, here's Heyman. Interrupting Paul Heyman. Young man, I will give you credit. You've got a set of balls on you. Speaking of balls! How are your balls, miss? Tiny balls, tiny balls, tiny balls. Now, if this was the Attitude Era, we would have, you know, where people hold up one letter each in the crowd? It would say tiny balls. Now it's just kids. You don't know what I'm capable of, but you will this Friday. They're really pushing Friday, aren't they? They really want you to know there's a title match on Friday. Riddle is not going to beat Roman, says Stephanie. Mac said, did you see WWE are putting Alexa and Liv together? I didn't, but I just got told about it. I think that's all right. I think it's all right. I think they go quite well together. They could win the tag titles, carry them for a while. Okay, so your momentum is going to get stopped this Friday night by your tribal chief Roman Reigns. It's all very paint by numbers. I respect you, but you can't beat Roman Reigns, says Paul Heyman. Bit of a black eye on the bro. The bro's got a slight little mark under his eye. On behalf of your tribal chief, look at that woman in the front row. There's a woman in the front row. There, she's like, she's engrossed. Yeah, if you win on Friday, you'll be the new champ. We know this. And when you lose to Roman, and sir, you will lose to Roman, you will never get another opportunity. You'll never get an opportunity at the title ever again. What does that mean? Does that mean whilst Roman's champion or just ever again, like Cody? You know how Cody could never win the AEW title? Usos are here. Usos going to come down. It's not a great situation, this, for Riddle, is it? He's in the ring with Miz. He's going to need to keep an eye on him. Got the Usos making their way down. Miz standing in the corner. Usos making their way down. Is this going to be a beatdown, or is someone going to save him? They're circling around on the outside, the Usos. It's a very straightforward paint by numbers. Street Profits. Street Profits. Dun, 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 dun. Street Profits making their way down. So Street Profits come down. Probably the Profits will come out. They did. Riddle loses on SmackDown, then wins Money in the Bank to get another shot. That's interesting, isn't it? I mean, I'm guessing what he meant was you won't get another shot, but you won't get another shot whilst Roman's champion. But he didn't actually say that. He said you will never get another shot at the titles again, which sort of implies ever, but I don't think it means ever. Are we to assume whoever cashes in on Roman wins both titles? I don't think we should assume that. I'm guessing that. I mean, my guess is always that it's just going to be on one, to be honest. But then I suppose I can't assume that. I suppose you can't assume anything. I think the whole thing is messy because do you remember Cody was saying like the winner gets the opportunity at WrestleMania, and he worded it that way. Well, now Paul Heyman is sort of, or it's what's being implied there is that whoever wins that will be able to cash it in on Roman. And Paul Heyman was like, yeah, but whoever does that will have a 0% chance of like winning. Like they didn't mention it had to be WrestleMania. So the whole thing is really flipping messy when it doesn't need to be. And there just needs to be some real clarity as to what's the prize, what do you actually, can you actually get for it? Like, it'd be really simple for, like, Adam Pearce to just come out and do a quick little promo and actually just explain it. Because if you're new to wrestling, like, you need to know. And if you've watched wrestling for a long time, there are these questions that we are wondering. So I presumed it would be one. The reason why I presumed you'd have to choose which one to cash it in on was because the rumors have been that the belts are going to go back to their separate shows. Apparently, unifying the belts was only like a way of making the Brock match at WrestleMania bigger. So, like, there's no long-term plans for them to just have both belts on one person. Like, the belts are going to go their separate ways again. And it felt like Money in the Bank was probably the best way of doing that. I mean, I think part of the problem is that this is ever-changing because the person that I think, you know, probably stood a good chance of winning was Cody. I think Cody stood a good chance of winning Money in the Bank. And so there's every chance now that Cody is clearly not going to be in it and clearly is now not going to win it. I can't 100% say that he was, but I think there was a good chance that he was a front-runner for it. And obviously that situation is changing. So I think there's probably quite a bit of firefighting, as usual, going on behind the scenes. Which means that they're constantly having to focus on other things rather than maybe just cleaning this up a little bit. But it's easily resolved. It's not, you know what I mean? It's not something that's a quick little statement wouldn't change or wouldn't clarify. Matt Riddle, Roman, Championship, Universal, Money in the Bank. I would like Riddle as world champion, but I know WWE won't do that, says Mysterious. Riddle will win against Roman on Friday. Then at Money in the Bank for the Universal Championship, if Randy is back, he will challenge Roman for the WWE Championship. Well, I feel like the one on Friday is for the Undisputed. So I think the match on Friday is for both. So I think Friday is for both, but I don't know that Money in the Bank is for both. I've presumed it wouldn't be, but there's been nothing to say that that's the case. So I do agree that there's a bit of clarity that's needed. Right, we are underway with a Street Profit against an Uso. I don't want this match. I don't want this match at all. A Street Profit versus the Uso, like tag teams, not having tag team matches. What's this about? So I think it's Jimmy, is it? By the looks of it. Montez versus Jimmy Uso. Boom. Right, now, the thing is, right, apparently there's only, 3,000 or so there. So we need to have a look and see, is it empty? In all fairness, if you do look to the right, it does seem to be like there's no one in those sections. I would imagine hard cam, there's no one. So I would imagine the hard camera side, there isn't anyone. Just trying to look more behind where the commentators are. Because obviously, it seems like there's a decent chunk of people sat on that one side. But the higher level, the upper level looks empty. But behind the commentators, I think, is lightly empty as well. So where the arena wraps around. Yeah, there doesn't look to be anyone over there, does there? It looks like it's lights out. It looks like it's lights out. The upper level looks empty as well. Yeah, I think it is like a really low attendance, as was reported. Riddle will lose. Orton will lose. McIntyre will lose. Cody will be the surprise entrant in the Rumble, win the Rumble, and then beat Roman at WrestleMania 39, says David. There's no one in the upper deck. I learned how to play with my PP at a very young age, says William. Just another classic William comment that I instantly regret reading. At this point, you'd think that there'd be a bit of awkwardness about it, but to be honest, it's my own fault. If ever I'm going to read a William comment, you are going to venture into that kind of territory. That's on me. Bora said, Days, Brock Lesnar has held all of his world titles for a combined 1,511 days. As of today, Roman is at 834. What do you think the chances are that he could pass that mark? I would say very low. Very low. I don't believe that he will pass that mark with this reign, because that would mean another, I don't know what we're talking there. We're talking 2 years something. 2.5 years-ish, something, I don't know, around that ballpark. So I feel like that is a long way. So he won't do it in this run. And to be honest, I can't see him having another run this long. I feel like this is the run. I feel like this is the run that will define his career. I think when we look back on Roman Reigns and we look back on his career, I think this title reign will be the biggest thing we remember him for. Tribal chief, turning heel, legendary title run of whatever it ends up being. I think he could hold the title after this, but I think equally it's probably more likely that he does a reduced schedule, starts looking at Hollywood. So I would say very low chance that he'll beat the Brock one. This match needs Angelo Dawkins. This match needs a commercial break, and guess what? It's exactly what we've got. A commercial break. Gaming in Real Time said, I just finished my stats exam. I don't even know what that is. But well done. Is it SAT? I've heard of SATs. Have I heard of SATs? SATs? I feel like I've heard of those. I've never heard of stats. As in, unless you say statistics. Well done. I hope it went well, though. So, at least it's over. Whatever it is. All exams are horrible. So, I'm glad it's over for you. Did you talk about Jeff getting arrested? I joined the stream late. We did. We spoke about it right at the start. Huff Sports Media said, would be such a swerve for Riddle to win. I highly doubt it, but I would be down for that moment. Then have Randy come back. Jealous Randy, heel turn on Riddle, and I think I would have Randy win. Darcy said, do you think the confusion around in this year's cash-in is on purpose? How likely is it WWE have no idea how they're going to handle it? If you were to ask me right now, I think that there's been a conversation about what the prize is. My belief is that they probably looked at Money in the Bank as a way of getting Cody into the main event of WrestleMania next year. And I think that there is a conversation, and potentially there was going to be a change in that prize. It's such a unnecessarily weird way of wording it in that initial advert that I have to just think and lean more towards, I think there was a change. I think that was indicating a change. There is no need to word it that badly. There's no need. Everyone knows what the prize is. You get to cash in at any time, anywhere. There's no need to mention WrestleMania. There is no need to mention WrestleMania. The prize is you cash in anytime, anywhere, on the champion. You decide when you cash that in and you claim your opportunity. That's the excitement. That's the exciting thing about Money in the Bank. So how do you misspeak and add, just throw in WrestleMania? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. So I think that there's been a few conversations behind the scenes. It wouldn't surprise me to learn that they had floated the idea or were even going with the idea of that being the prize. I think they would only want that as the prize for maybe Cody. And then maybe as creative changes, maybe they start to look at other alternatives. Maybe they decide on a different winner, and then all of a sudden the WrestleMania thing, doesn't really matter. The thing with Money in the Bank is not only have we lost Cody, but they've obviously had to move venues as well. I think there's so much that's going on behind the scenes. Cody being out of the equation, I think, is massive, because he was the person that was doing that advert. So we know that he was going to Money in the Bank. So Cody was not being in it is massive. Them changing venue is massive, because that has completely thrown their plans out as well. And they've obviously had to now focus on switching venue. So I think there's quite a bit that's going on behind the scenes. I think there's quite a few conversations that's going on. And I think that kind of chaos behind the scenes around Money in the Bank, I don't think there's a nice, clean idea of what they're doing. I think that chaos is spilling over onto the actual show, and that's why we've got this confusion. So, yeah, I don't know that for sure, because I don't have, like, sources, like a Sean Ross Sapp or anything, but from start to finish, from the very first advert we saw that caused confusion, to the fact that we're still sat here now having a venue change, still not sure what the prize is, still not sure how many titles you can cash in on, like, it kind of implies to me that there's creative ideas that are changing behind the scenes, potential winners changing behind the scenes, an uncertainty behind the scenes, because otherwise surely you'd be a lot more clear than what they've been so far. So, but in a way it makes it all the more exciting, doesn't it? Gets you talking about things. If you know exactly what the situation is, I mean, there's not really much to talk about, but at the moment with this kind of confusion, there's a lot to get your teeth into. I mean, look, from what they've said earlier, it feels like it's anytime, anywhere that you can cash in. And we know that it won't be Cody. We know that there's going to be a men's and a women's. The biggest question is, what do you cash in on when it comes to the guys? Do you get both belts, or do you just get the one? And hopefully we get the answer for that before we actually get to Money in the Bank. 'Cause I think it would be a shame to not get that answer before. Although saying that, maybe it gets clarified straight after. Now that someone's got it, maybe on the Raw after, the whole thing's cleared up. Or maybe they think that they can get both, but Paul Heyman comes out and says, no, you can only challenge for one. So maybe it'll get built into the story. Shoulder up by Jimmy Uso. Elliot says, I think we're setting up for Seth to win Money in the Bank. Cash in on Roman at Royal Rumble with interference from The Rock. Cody versus Seth for the title. Rock versus Roman. Could go that way, Elliot. Yep, I could definitely see that, buds. Cynthia says, can't believe it's been 7 months already. 7 months already. What's been 7 months, bud? I also want to not believe it, but I don't know what I'm not believing. You're going to have to let me know what's been 7 months. I can't believe it's been 7 months. What's been 7 months? If it's like you being on the channel, it says there 10 months. So you've forgotten 3. So that's why I don't know what the 7 is. You've confused me. Is that what you wanted? It's what you wanted, wasn't it? You wanted to come on here on a Monday night, cause confusion. Do you work for WWE? Have you booked Money in the Bank? Please respond. Cynthia said, so glad I was able to find the channel. You're one of my favourites. Always have a fun time. Hope you and Mama Days are doing well. Okay, really appreciate the support, but that kind of hints that the 7 months was how long you've been on the channel. But your little thing that came up said 10 months. Didn't say 7. It's been 10. You couldn't believe 7, but according to that, it's been 10. That's 3 more months. That, I mean, like, you won't believe it when you find out it's been 10. You couldn't believe 7. And it said there that it's been 10. Mind blown. Mind blown. Cynthia, shout out to you. Shout out to you, my friend. Really, really appreciate the support. I really appreciate everyone joining us. I hope everyone's having a good time. We're underway with our first match. And it's all right. It's all right. The only problem with these matches are it could be the greatest match of all time. It could literally be Ric Flair, Ricky Steamboat. It could be Okada, Omega. It don't mean nothing. These are 2 people that are in tag teams that really should be having tag team matches. Like, we've got loads of singles wrestlers that can't even get on this flipping show. I mean, where's T-Bar? Where's Mace? Where are all these singles wrestlers? Why am I having to watch these tag team guys have a singles match? Jimmy Uso has got the win, and the first match is done. And that's the first, believe it or not, that is the first half an hour of Raw done as well. We started off with Japanese commentary. We had fairly paint-by-numbers promo as they literally used that to just set up Friday. They really want you to watch Friday. They really want you to know there's a big title match on Friday. They've got that message across right at the start of the show. And then we go into Jimmy Uso against Montez Ford with Jimmy Uso victorious. So, boom. Let's see where we go now, shall we? Let's see where we go now. We got Seth Rollins. Seth Rollins is backstage in a nice little purple suit. Nice little purple number. Going to hear from him. He obviously brutally attacked Cody, so it'll be very interesting to see what Seth's got to say. I'm happy WWE lets them wrestle longer matches, but why them? The first match, in all fairness, tends to be a bit of a longer one. It tends to ease you into the show. They don't always do that, but it's quite rare that the first match will be a short thing. Normally, the first segment will set up the first match. But as I say, not every week. But yeah, half an hour done. I want one Raw to be commentated by Asuka and Shinsuke, says William. How are you? How was your day? I'm alright. I'm doing loads of stuff behind the scenes. I'm desperately trying to get some videos onto the channel. I've been saying that for months and months and months and months and months. But in all fairness, for quite a long time, I have been doing a lot of like football streams. And they stopped the other week, so I'm getting closer. So yeah, I've just been doing stuff there. But yeah, doing good. I was looking forward to this show. Jilly said, do you think WWE gave us an exaggerated number of days when Cody returns and he'll be back in 6? Yes. So I think there was talk, because there's been injuries similar to this. There was talk in the wrestling community that it would take 4 to 6 months. And then WWE came out and said 9. So obviously you have to pay attention to that. You have to listen to that, because that's the information we're being told. But yes, there is every chance it was exaggerated so that he comes back and then they can be like, oh my God, can you believe it? We thought he'd be out for 9 months. He's made it back in a week. Won't be a week. And he won't be at Money in the Bank. But yeah, 4 to 6 months was what was expected. So 9 months is like, jeez. Jennifer says, hello, lovelies. Finally back for the streams. Jennifer, hope you are well. Hope Lorelei is well also. It's weird little time in wrestling. Weird little time. I don't quite know. What are we building towards? We're building towards Money in the Bank. Still a little way off, isn't it? Good few weeks off. We've got Cody that's out the picture. We haven't got Roman around. We haven't got Brock around. It does feel like a different product to the one that was going into WrestleMania. It is very strange. So if you are just coming back, I could understand you being a bit like, okay, Asuka's back, Alexa's back. Alexa's come back, Asuka's come back, Roman has gone, Cody's come in at WrestleMania, and now he's gone for 9 months. Like, it's kind of, there's definitely been some movement. So we're going to hear from Seth next. Legend Killer, hello, hope you are well. Do you think it's a weird concept for WWE to have Liv and Alexa team against Doudrop and Nikki ASH to qualify for Money in the Bank instead of singles matches? Yes, but I feel like we've also seen that before. I feel like I've seen tag teams winning to both get spots. So, yeah, I don't know why you wouldn't just do it as as singles matches. I mean, there's an argument that the person that gets the pin deserves to go through, but what about the person that stood on the outside of the ring? The person that stood on the outside of the ring that didn't actually do anything to get that victory. In that moment, anyway. I don't know. It is strange. It's not what I would do, but I feel like we've seen it before. I think this is the rebirth of WWE. It definitely feels different, as we said before WrestleMania. If you was to come back into it now, I could understand it would take a little bit, not much. You know what WWE are like with flipping video packages and recaps and everything. I mean, you could go away. Honestly, you could go out of wrestling for however long you want, and I think wrestling is actually, I'm going to give it a bit of praise for those video packages and recaps. I think it's really easy to get back into it. It's easy to watch. It's easy to get into. It's easy to follow. It's purposefully kept quite simple. I mean, a lot of the storylines are not that complicated, but they're not complicated for that reason, you know. It's got to be easy to follow for people that are just jumping into it, people that have been away. If you have like this like really complicated storyline, it can be hard to find your way into it and know how to get into it. Yeah, I suppose in a way it'd be a bit like trying to get into The Walking Dead if you've never seen the previous 11 seasons. So yeah, they do try to. I think they keep that in mind when they do their stories, because I would love for the stories to be more complicated and be more intricate. I think a lot of people would. And I think that there's definitely a desire for that, but it's just not what WWE tends to do. So even though quite a bit might have changed since WrestleMania, I think it's still quite easy to get into. Cody will be back when Jeff Hardy gets out of jail, says Paul. All I've seen Money in the Bank card, there's only one championship match where all the normal matches, don't get me wrong, I love title matches. I took a year off from watching, and when I came back, it was almost like I never left, says Bismo. If AEW, with their quality of wrestling, would just take production notes from WWE. Days, we need another Stone Cold return to save Raw from injuries. There are a fair few injuries around in wrestling full stop, isn't there, at the moment? Here's, we're back with a video package with Apollo Crews. This is going to be an advert for NXT, isn't it? NXT 2.0, as close as it gets. Right, we're with Seth. As close as it gets. What does that mean? Seth Rollins. Seth is cackling away. Any remorse? This is going to be difficult for you to understand. Everything I said to Cody last week, I meant. Came from the heart. Cody is a virus. Cody's a virus. So Seth Rollins is an antivirus. Paul Carpenter, shout out to you, buds. Hope you are well. We are just hearing from Seth right now. He's still got his sledgehammer. You have to take matters into your own hands, says Seth. We're in the locker room, by the way. I like being in the locker room. In my WWE, it's adapt or perish. No remorse. I take pride. The American Nightmare is over. He is over. He's massively over. What is next? One of my defining moments is the greatest Money in the Bank cash-in of all time. Why not try to top it? So Seth said one of his defining moments is the greatest cash-in ever. Why not try to top it? He's taking on AJ tonight. AJ's not on my level. He lacks a killer instinct. AJ versus Seth, that'll be interesting. I might have to do to him exactly what I did to Cody. Seth with a sledgehammer. Seth says, trust me, I know what I'm doing. Jilly said, it takes time. WWE has been producing TV for over 30 years. AEW have only been doing it for 3. Oh, AJ comes in and... That's for Cody. AJ comes in, smacks Seth and said, that's for Cody. Seth. Corey Graves said, I'm not going to lie. I think Seth Rollins deserves what he just got there. Interesting. Cynthia says, you are right about my 10-month anniversary. I didn't even see that until I'd already hit send. Can you believe it, Cynthia? Can you believe it? 3 more months you've been with the channel. I bet you can't get your breath. I bet you can't believe it. Cynthia, shout out to you, my friend. Seth to be in Judgment Day. He's wearing purple, said Toasty. AJ got stitches, question mark. There was a little mark on his head, but I couldn't see if it was stitches. AJ had 13 stitches in his forehead. Brenton, shout out to you. Have you checked out any more of Cornette's Omnibus? Yeah, I keep going back and keep listening to bits on it. Yeah, it's good. It's good. There's a lot of quite niche stories on it. That's the only thing. So, but there's some good stories in there as well. They were talking earlier about Sputnik Monroe and about how like the impact he had, which I had heard before. Well, not that clip, but I've got Jim's Beyond the Curtain, like digital book, and that's very interesting. He talks about Sputnik Monroe there, and they were just talking about what his impact, and there's loads you can learn. It's great for that, isn't it? It's brilliant. We've got a very moody, big-time Bex. We can all do that face. We can all do that. Mohammed said, Days, thanks for keeping me smiling. Mohammed, can you believe you've been a member for 5 months? Can you believe it? Can you believe it, Mohammed? Mohammed Ali, shout out to you, my friend. Michaela said, would you like to see Bray come back? I got no problems with Bray coming back. I think that, again, I'm not a fan of the supernatural stuff, but I do really like... One thing Bray did better than anyone else was he found a way of involving the audience. He got the audience involved in a way that other superstars have not been able to achieve, and that was by Easter eggs and hiding things and getting people to come up with theories. Like, all of a sudden now in wrestling, that part of the enjoyment for people in the wrestling community was to watch a Bray segment and then go online and break down what they thought it meant and put theories out there. And did you notice this bit? And did you see that in the background? And does that tie to this? And is that a reference to that? And could this be the next victim because of this? And people continue to do that to this day, largely because of what came out of the Firefly Funhouse. Like, if you go back before the Firefly Funhouse, of course there was always little Easter eggs and teases in wrestling, but never on the scale of what we saw with the Funhouse and what we saw with those backstage segments. I feel like that was an integral part of the Funhouse and an integral part to the success of the Funhouse as well, because everyone could join in. Everyone could watch the same segment and everyone could share their theories and thoughts on what they had just seen. And sometimes it wasn't very obvious as to what he was talking about or what was happening in the background or what this was a reference to. And obviously some people had watched loads of wrestling. Some people had only just got into wrestling. Those that had just got in wanted to have a better understanding of what was being said. And so there was all this noise. It created noise. It created conversation. And it created a big following as well as a result, because people would have these conversations and be introduced to other people's theories and be introduced to other people. And what it bred was a community as a result of all of that. And that is something that the average wrestler that doesn't go down those kind of paths really struggles to do. A lot of communities are just built on mutual respect for a wrestler, and that's where you get, like, you know, stands and fan clubs and all that kind of stuff. But Bray's was a lot more complex. And I think that it was something that was very welcome to wrestling. It was something that I think is missed in wrestling. And so I would bring him back, and I'd bring all of that back as well. I don't know that... I mean, I certainly wouldn't bring back the supernatural stuff, of course, but I would... I have no issue with, like, Bray, and I have no issue with the Funhouse. I have no issue with any of that stuff. I loved it. I still love it. I think it was brilliant. Stand by all of that. And I think there's, as I said, you know, a need for that to return. But I think I don't know. I don't know if maybe I don't know if you could get any more out of it. I don't know if there was more that you could do, or if it had like run its course. It's hard because like the supernatural stuff gets involved, and Alexa then gets involved, and I don't know. Nothing felt as great and as impactful to me as those first 7 episodes of the Funhouse. That felt like the absolute pinnacle to me. That felt like when it was at its absolute best, was when it first started. I suppose in a way it's a bit like a band. So like if you're in a band, you create like, you know, you create some tracks and you put your album out, your debut album. And like, you know, it's going to be raw, it's going to have energy, it's going to have your best ideas. You could have spent like years, you could have spent like 10 years writing the songs on that first album. And your first album's going to be amazing. The challenge is your second album and your third album in particular, because you might have a few tracks left over from the first that can go on the second, and you've got some new experiences, and you know these new life experiences will give you some like tracks for your second. But what about the third? What about the fourth? What about the fifth album? Like that's why you see like a lot of bands have a hot album or two, and then you know for many bands that's it. You don't get anything beyond that because it's really hard. And I feel like that's going to be the same with this idea. Like, it's a great idea. There was some amazing stuff at the start, but how easy would it be to keep it going and keep that intrigue? And, you know, would you run out of Easter eggs? Would it stay as interesting? There's things you can do, but would it stay as interesting? So if I think what I'm debating is, if I did bring him back, would I go back and do a Funhouse? Or would I create something different? Would I look for something different? I can't answer that one. That one I'm not sure. I'd probably sit down with Bray and see what his ideas were. If I liked him, I'd, you know, go with that. But if you sat down and he had something fresh and different, I might go with that. We're seeing Becky versus Dana, and obviously Becky is upset after losing last week because of Asuka. So she is brutally beating up Dana Brooke here. Becky said she's got a lot of rage right now. This isn't about the 24/7 title. You can keep that. She doesn't even want the belt. I'm trying to forge a path of greatness for everybody to follow. I keep climbing. Speaking of climbing. Last time I was in a Money in the Bank ladder match, I was robbed and I was cheated. Right now I've got some more stuff to do. She goes back over, grabs Dana. Here comes Asuka. Asuka looking to make her way down. Asuka comes running down. Big forearm strikes to Becky. Smashes Becky into the edge of the ring. Trying to dance around a little bit, but she gets kicked as she gets into the ring. Uppercut there by Becky. Asuka throws Becky against the rope. She goes against the rope. Shoulder tackle. Becky goes down. That is true. The match was meant to be Becky against Dana, but right now... Oh, my God, man. Look at the spin attacks. Oh, my God. She just smacked her about 3 or 4 times with those spin attacks. God. Damn. I tell you, those spin attacks. It's just like what we saw at the weekend with Zhang Wei Li and Joanna. Don't know if you saw UFC 275, but Joanna getting knocked out by spinning, I think it was a back fist. Here's Alexa. Alexa's music has hit, and Alexa is walking out. Becky is... Alexa just smiles at Becky and goes walking past her. She laughs. Alexa making her way down to the ring. I don't know what Asuka's doing. Is Asuka going to leave the ring, is she? This is all just really awkwardly ending, isn't it? Like, Asuka doesn't really know what to do, and... Okay, I think we're just moving on. It was really weird how that last segment ended then. It's just like Alexa came out and the show's going to move on now. You could see like Asuka in the background was like, do I stay? Do I leave? And then like she went and then she left. Okay. Well, there we go. I feel like the Becky Dana match is still going. I don't think we actually got a result. Did the bell actually ring to end that match, or is it still... That's a mess, isn't it? That's a mess. I mean, honestly, it was never about that anyway, was it? So who cares? But right, Alexa and Liv versus Drop and Nikki. Boom. Man, those spinning back attacks, back fist, back elbow. Lovely. Would you rather Paige versus Okada, or are you okay with Paige versus White? I'm all right with Paige White. I mean, I'm not the biggest Hangman fan, personally, so I feel like Okada, to me, is the big one. So, like, I don't know who will face Okada, but I'm fine with it not being Hangman Page. I don't even know who I want it to be honest. I don't know who... I mean, I think I would want it to be Kenny Omega. Because Kenny Omega and Okada, those matches are... Do you know, I mean, like, even now, I feel like they are ahead of Cody and Seth. But the Cody and Seth matches have been incredible. But I feel like the Okada, you know, if you want to rank trilogies, I feel like the best trilogy that I've seen, maybe in WWE history, maybe, but certainly in recent times, has been Cody and Seth. All three matches were fantastic. Meltzer gave 5 stars to the Hell in a Cell one. So, you know, that's the first Meltzer 5-star WWE match in 11 years. So, you kind of go, well. So, yeah, they're right up there. But I still feel like Okada and Omega is clear. So the thought of being able to see that one more time, but only this time in an AEW ring. I mean, they just create magic together, don't they? I am totally down for doing a watch along of Omega and Okada. I couldn't think of, well, I probably could, but what a great way to spend a Sunday night. I would say I can't think of a better way to spend a Sunday night, but instantly my head goes, well, England being in a World Cup final would be better. But Omega Okada would be right up there. It'd be fantastic. I'd love to watch that. But Omega is not expected to be competing at that show, so I think that's just going to stay as a pipe dream. But I don't know who I would want it to be. If it can't be Omega, I don't know who I want it to be. Maybe Danielson. Maybe Okada against Danielson is the match I want. Okada, Danielson, Hangman, because we know that Moxley is going to Forbidden Door, and he'll face either Goto or Tanahashi. So it feels like Danielson has got an opportunity to have a solo match. And I know that Danielson has got a few people that he wants to face. Danielson against Okada, I think, might be the match to make. Oh, God. That could define his career as well. That match could absolutely define his career. I'm excited about that now. I'm excited about that. I've had people asking me as well about, are we doing Forbidden Door? And my answer is yes, but it's likely to not be on this channel, right? Reason being, I've got a good reason for it. New Japan are horrific when it comes to copyright strikes. Horrific. I've been caught with one in the past, which I don't think was fair, but it's in the past. Sean Ross Sapp got hit with one, which I don't think was fair. It's in the past. But they're awful. And I really don't want to run the risk of running it on this channel. So, because they're involved. If it was just AEW, we'd be fine. And we do AEW streams. But New Japan, AEW, them working together, I don't feel comfortable. So I'm thinking we do it on the podcast channel, the Wrestling Escape Pods, which is the podcast I do every Tuesday. It's got its own channel. I think we run it over there. So it'll be exactly like what it would be here. Exactly the same. Same setup. Me, you, chit-chat, fun. Can never guarantee fun. We do aim for fun. We rarely get there, but we do aim for it. All of that good stuff. Nothing different. Just maybe not on this channel. Over there instead. So, for the copyright reason. So, yeah, that's what I'm looking at the moment. What I'm looking at the moment is Liv Morgan in pink. Running around. And she goes over to Alexa. They both point up at the briefcase. I think they're really good friends, aren't they? I remember seeing pictures of Liv going to Alexa's wedding. So, I know that there's a great deal of respect between them. Nikki ASH has come out. She's got a new costume. This time it's black. She's wearing black. She's changed from blue and yellow, blue and gold, to black and gold. Doudrop and Nikki ASH. They should be called the Brothy or something like that. The Loch Mess. The Loch Mess monsters. I don't know any of the New Japan guys, so I'm not excited for that pay-per-view. Is that bad? Nope. Nope. And you're not alone either. I mean, there'll be loads of people that won't know any New Japan guys. In all fairness, I don't even know what's happening in New Japan. There was a couple of guys on Dynamite that I've never seen before. I know Ospreay, but I don't know the other people that were in United's Empire. I know the big names, and I've watched Wrestle Kingdoms, and I mean, those big matches on Wrestle Kingdoms are fantastic. It'll be a great show. But no, if it's not grabbed you, then you won't be alone. I wouldn't expect that pay-per-view to do the numbers of a Double or Nothing. Because I think there's probably quite a few people in that boat. Right, match has begun, and we are an hour into Raw. That's the first hour done. So we are underway with Alexa and Nikki. Do you know what I'm thinking? I'm going to tell you what I'm thinking, because otherwise it'd just be me sat here in silence. I'm thinking, I wonder if, because this does not feel like a great Raw. It feels like a so-so Raw to me at the moment. And I'm wondering if that's got something to do with the fact that there's only about 3,000 people there. I'm wondering if they're looking at the number of people that are there, thinking to themselves, let's not bother going crazy this week. Maybe this isn't the week that we go crazy. If you're going to do something exciting and big, you want a big reaction. You're probably not going to get a big reaction out of 3,000 people. So maybe this is going to be one of those weeks where, do you know what I mean? We just kind of trudge along a little bit. Have a few matches. Get a few qualifiers. It's an admin week. It's a week to get some admin done. We've got to get, you know what I mean? We need to get some people qualified. Let's get them qualified. So we need to have a sit down with Seth, see what he's got planned. Done that. We need to hear from Judgment Day. Yeah, okay, we'll listen to that. We need to promote the match on Friday. Done that. I think it's just going to be things like that. Zack Sabre Jr. called out Danielson, so I'm guessing we're going to get that. And I am keen for that, says Man United Hodge. Yeah, I don't mind Zack Sabre Jr. against Danielson. I do feel that Okada is a bigger name and a bigger star. So, but I know that's the match Danielson wants. When he left WWE, he did an interview that I saw where he said that the Wrestling Observer have got the best technical wrestler award is called the Bryan Danielson Award because he's won it that many times. Mainly before he was in WWE. When he was before he was in WWE, he was like the best wrestler in the world, and year after year after year, he just kept winning the awards. And so they changed it to the Bryan Danielson Award. And since he was in WWE, he hasn't won it. Or if he did, he only won it once or twice. And Zack Sabre Jr. has won it for the past 3 years or so. And Danielson was like, I can't even win my own award. So I want to take on the guy that is apparently better than I am now and keeps winning my own award. I can't even win my award. So it's definitely a match that I want to see. And it's the match that Danielson wants. He wants Zack Sabre Jr. And I think that'll be fantastic. But I would be more excited if it was Danielson Okada. But I think by the time Danielson retires, we will have had that match. So patience. We just need to be patient because we will surely get it at some point. Doudrop and Nikki working together. Save by Liv. Jumps in, makes the save. Liv's got quite the tan. I don't know if that's fake tan or if she's been tanning, but she seems quite tanned. Slam, Liv goes down. Who do you want to win the women during this week? Who do you think is going to be in the match? Who do you want to win the women this week? I'd rather see Alexa and Liv be in Money in the Bank than Nikki and Doudrop. So I'm hoping that it's going to be Alexa and Liv, and I'm fairly confident it will be. 1, 2. There we go. And they have done it. Not the longest of matches. It's a victory for Alexa and Liv. They are going to Money in the Bank. So there we go. Alexa and Liv victorious. Jeff Cobb and Great O'Khan won the tag titles at Dominion, says James. James, shout out to you. Hope you're well. Alexa Bliss and Liv Morgan win. So Lacey Evans, Alexa Bliss, and Liv Morgan have all qualified for the women's Money in the Bank. Money, 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 money. Money. I feel like you could make a case really for I don't know if they'll give it Lacey, but I think you could make a case for Liv and you could make a case for Alexa. Right, what we got now? We're moving on. Oh, it might be the Judgment Day segment. We're just seeing Edge got beaten and knocked out of Judgment Day. Do you know what? If you actually look at this footage, you can see how light the crowd are. Can you see how well lit the crowd are in the background? If you look at the crowd here, you can see loads of people all lit up. Compare that to how it's lit this week. There's loads of dark areas in the arena. Loads of dark area. Well, we know the attendance is low, but it's just interesting to compare it to last week and what we could see last week. Liv and Alexa are going to win the Tag Team Championship, says Mason. What is your opinion on Israel against Connor? It's a dream match, says Boxer. I don't think Connor could get to that size. I don't think Conor would be able to get up to middleweight. And I don't think Israel would be able to get down. So I can't see it. I think more realistic might be Usman. And Conor's actually called out Usman. Who knows? I mean, he's been smashing it in the gym and putting on size. So, who knows? Maybe he could get to middleweight. But I feel like in order to get to Adesanya, he would be jumping quite a few divisions. I feel like there's probably fights at those other divisions that he could take that he would be... Because Conor's small. No, it's crazy how Vince doesn't, like, see the value of smaller guys when, you know, the biggest pay-per-view draws are Floyd Mayweather, who's not the... Spoiler, he's not the biggest guy in the world at all. He's tiny. And Conor McGregor, again, really small. They're like the two of the greatest pay-per-view draws of all time. So the idea, I do think there's something in it when it comes to pro wrestling, but I think it's the way that you structure it. I've said before, I think there should be a light heavyweight title, a middleweight title, like boxing, like UFC, because you know, we're very reliant on bigger guys. And sometimes bigger guys are not the best. Sometimes, you know, like in Conor's case and like in Mayweather's case, the smaller guys can actually really over-deliver. Conor is 5'9", and he weighs 156 pounds, which is 11 stone. 156 pounds. Think about that. WWE have got a 205 live like division. So if you wanted to be a cruiserweight, you had to come in under 205 pounds. Most people in WWE are well over 205. But they're smaller guys, 205. And even then, they're around 200, 190, 200 pounds. So they can, you know, get into that 205 live division. Conor's 156. That's how small Conor is. Pizza in NYC is so damn good. Authentic Italian ingredients. Yeah, I bet it is. I do like pizza, but I don't eat it, to be honest. I have cut it out of my diet as I'm trying to stay healthy. I'm doing all right at it as well. I'm not straying. So, yeah, we are about to go to commercial break. We've had Kevin Owens come down. We were just looking at Judgement Day and what happened last week. They're only advertising 7 participants for the women's Money in the Bank, 3 that have qualified for Shadows. Do you think Bayley will be a surprise? She could be. She could be. I don't know if that's an indicator that she will be, because if they fill it all up and announce everyone, then I feel like you would still need a mystery. Do you know what I mean? So, like, if you wanted 8 women in it, you would fill them and you would leave one as the mystery. To say there's 7 and then you fill them, it doesn't imply that there's an extra spot for Bayley. So I can't say that it does mean that there will be a Bayley, but it's interesting. You couldn't pay me to give up pizza, says James. Would you be down for Liv and Alexa as tag champs? Yes. How much is WWE going to drag on this Owens, Ezekiel, Elias feuds? For a long time. For a long time. In all fairness, as soon as you take Owens out of the Ezekiel feuds, I really do worry about the Ezekiel character. I think it's Kevin Owens that is making it fun at the moment. Maybe they don't want to imply that there's an extra spot for Bayley because it would make a return obvious. Yeah, but if you don't imply that there is a spot for someone to be in, then how are you going to add someone to it? Would it just be a case that we get there and it's like Bayley just comes out and all of a sudden it's just an extra person. Do you know what I mean? Like, how would she have any right to enter it? Oh, it's WWE, isn't it? It's WWE. There's no point going down that path. There's no point going down that path of saying how, you know, everyone qualifies, but Bayley just comes back and goes straight into it. Into a match that was full and there was no, like, extra spot there. Like, to me, that doesn't make much sense. But, because even if you have it as a mystery, and even if it is obvious, I don't think that's too much of a problem, because you want people to tune in to watch that moment. You want people to see that moment, and that moment is still going to be an exciting, fun moment. And certainly if you can keep it out of the dirt sheets, you know, if you can find a way of keeping it quiet so that Meltzer and Sean Ross Sapp don't find out, then that's half the battle, to be honest. I mean, in this day and age, I'd just love it for, like, one of those mystery things to not be, like, spoiled, and for it to be a surprise. But I do dream of times where they even hint and throw you off. Do you know what I mean? Imagine if there was a mystery person and the dirt sheets were reporting that it was going to be Tamina or someone. They've been told something that's wrong, and everyone expects it to be Tamina, and then it turns out to be Bayley. Like, that would be really cool. That would be really, really cool. So not only does it not get spoiled, but you actually throw the dirt sheets down a completely wrong path. I dream of them days. Dream of them days, because I think those moments would be even bigger. Because you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. If people do know, then the impact of it is lessened. But I don't think the interest is lessened. We learnt that from the WCW WWE feud, when they announced on WCW that Mankind was going to win the title. Completely spoilt the finish of the match. And how many was it? A couple of 100,000 people changed the channel to see it. So I feel like that's as true today as it was back then. I think the impact gets ruined, but the interest doesn't. And that's the best way of wording it. No one could word it better than what I've just done. I am literally a genius. Oh, look at that camera shot. Oh, there was a camera shot from behind the commentary desk that did show... you can see people. There are people behind the commentary desk. There's no one in that upper segment. They are showing a bit more now, and there seems to be a bit more light now. I wonder if, like, more people have come in or something. Perhaps they're just dragging people off the street. Do you want to come and watch Raw for free? Come in. But yeah, there was a shot then behind the commentators, and you could see people going all the way, like, to the ring. Perhaps we know perhaps they CGI'd them in. We know they've got CGI skills. Perhaps there's no one there. It's CGI'd crowd and fake crowd noises. Perhaps they've never had a crowd. What do you think will happen with the tag belts? Will they split them back up? I think they should keep one set of tag titles. Yeah, I'm not sure about the tag belts. I think when it comes to the WWE and Universal, I think there's a good chance that they separate. There's been rumors that they will separate. Tag belts, though, I don't think there's much of a need. I feel like tag team wrestling now is an attraction. It's not something that needs two strong, vibrant divisions. I think it's something that can just get added to the show once in a while, and I feel like that's how Vince sees it. There's many people that would love vibrant tag team division, but Vince isn't the biggest fan. So, yeah, you probably could get away with just one set of tag belts. Ezekiel rolling out the ring, throwing in a few forearm strikes. Congrats to the Stampede Studs on the tag team win. They are bad about getting people in, and they do move people around. They do. But they've managed to find some people to get behind the commentators, because those lights were down quite low at the start of the show, and now we've actually got a camera kind of showing us that there are people that are there. Rey Mysterio takes on Veer Mahaan. We've got that coming up tonight. We're around about 13 minutes away from the halftime scores as well. So we've got that coming up also. We got Ezekiel climbing up top. Jumps down as Kevin Owens rolls out the ring. Goes to the outside. Ezekiel goes out after him. Owens, edge of the ring, kick to the midsection. On the apron. Looking for a suplex. No joy. Ezekiel goes to the outsides. Ezekiel has got Owens on his shoulder. Oh! Wow! An AA onto the ring steps. Whoa, that was vicious by Ezekiel. Vicious. An AA onto the ring steps. That was a brutal move. Wow. When would you have Sasha and Naomi return? Once they've apologized, then I'd have them return. David said, I know when Judgment Day attacked on Edge, I think they will come back and we will build to SummerSlam for Edge versus Finn. I think that will happen after Money in the Bank, says Davids. Did you see Cornette gave Cody, Seth, Hell in a Cell very high praise? I was surprised because he is usually tough on WWE. I did, yeah. I think everyone gave it high praise. I don't know that I genuinely cannot remember seeing one person that was down on that match. It was fantastic. So, good. AA onto the steel steps. Ezekiel has got ruthless aggression. Kevin Owens might lose this, but I hope not, says Excellence of Execution. WWE should bring back the old World Tag Team Championships. I would love that. That would be great. Because I think it would make them feel more prestigious as well. I don't think these belts feel prestigious in the slightest. So I completely agree. Do you think Liv needs another finisher? Because as good as the Oblivion is, I don't even know what that is. Whenever there's a multi-tag match, it's hard for the opponent to stand there and wait on the rope. Yes. Because if you asked me what her finisher was, I wouldn't even be able to tell you what it was. So that Oblivion has certainly not got over with me. It's certainly not a Razor's Edge, a DDT, a Stone Cold Stunner. So yes, I think she does need a new finisher. Dirt Road Networking said the night John Cena had a team with Wade Barrett and the Nexus that night was from Wichita, Kansas. Last Joe and Brock came back and assaulted everyone for the first 30 minutes on the SmackDown show. I don't know what we're talking about. Are we saying, is that where we are? I don't even know where we are tonight. Are we saying, I know we have been here before, and I know that when we were here before, the attendance was really low, because I read an article about it, but I don't know how popular this is as a wrestling venue. Although I've got to think that it's fairly popular, otherwise why the flip would we keep going back? So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's a one-off or if it's a real statement as to where wrestling is right now. Jason said, I'm at the show. Are you? Are you, Jason? Are you? 3/4 of the lower bowl is full. That's interesting, that is. I wonder how many people that is, because the report that I saw was that there was 3,000 tickets that had been sold. The lowest before this was, I think, 4,000 in a venue that can hold, I don't even know how much, 10,000 at least. So if that lower section is 3/4 full, I would feel like that's more than 3,000. If we're saying the whole lower section is 3/4 full. I mean, I don't know how many sections there are, but I would feel like that's probably more than 3,000. Perhaps there was a late run on tickets or something, I don't know. Or perhaps they've just literally been outside trying to get people to come in. People love a freebie. If you say free wrestling. Who knows? Who knows? But Jason, I hope you're having a good time. Show's fine. It's all right. It's all right. Nothing really shocking or anything that's gone down, but the action, do you know what I mean? It's a lovely AA on the steps there by Ezekiel. Did you see Rhonda's comment about the women's locker room? She said they're a bunch of cupcakes and hand jobs. I didn't actually. I did see the article that said Rhonda speaks about the vibe backstage. I actually thought, I didn't bother clicking it because I thought, oh, it's probably going to be quite nice. It's probably going to be like, do you know what I mean? Like, we've got a really close-knit locker room, blah, 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 blah. So I didn't bother reading it. So that's interesting. If there was a bit of shade that was thrown. She does that from time to time, though, doesn't she? She is a bit of a shade thrower. I'm going to the final Dynamite before Forbidden Door, says Connor, which I'm super excited for because I'll get to see tons of New Japan stars. Yeah, you will. You will. It might even be like an invasion or something. Who knows? But, yeah, I think you will see lots of big names. Didn't WCW used to give away free tickets to Nitro almost every week, says Going Ghost. I don't know if it was every week, but there was certainly free tickets that were given out. I mean, we spoke before about comps. A lot of comps get given out. Local radio stations, local retail stores that sell WWE products, local partners, local charities. There's loads, thousands of comps get given out. But actually, like, just trying to get people in off the street, I don't know how common that is. But it's obviously in WWE's interest to have the venue full because it's on TV and they want as many people in there as possible. And it's in the venue's interest because if you go in, you're probably going to buy a drink. Kevin Owens jumps up on the commentary table. He's got counted out. He's got distracted. Count out. Ezekiel has beaten Owens. Yeah, that is true. Look, he was going crazy at Byron Saxton. It's your fault. Kevin Owens going crazy at Byron Saxton. He heard what they were saying. He was distracted on the outside, and he's been counted out. Ezekiel has got a microphone. Let's see what he's got to say. He's shouting out all the Zeke freaks. I'm not done with Kevin Owens. I've got bigger fish to fry. And he points up. Anyone want Ezekiel in the Money in the Bank? I'm so Zeked up. I got a hold of my older brother Elias. He's excited about Money in the Bank. Elias is going to be at Raw next week. Elias might have a bit of age to him, but he's looking good. Anyone else think it's going to be a lookalike? Oh my God, please. Please be Aaron Stevens. Please be Aaron Stevens. Is Stevens... I don't know if Stevens is still with NW... It's another lie! Elias is already here, it's you. He's freaking out. That could be great. Next week could be great. I don't need him in Money in the Bank, but that could be great. I'd love it if it was Aaron Stevens. Eric, shout out to you, said, irony, Ronda calling them cupcakes. Rouse's UFC nickname was Cupcake. Saw that on a screen at a cinema for movie facts. Eric, shout out to you, dudes. Hope you are enjoying Raw. Here's, Aaron Stevens just had his last match last weekend. That's what made me think of it. I was thinking about, like, him, because obviously he did the whole Mizdow thing. And I heard that he had quit wrestling. But I don't know if it's a storyline. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if he has or if it's just something to do with, like, whatever he's doing. So that's what I'm saying. I don't know if he's still with NWA. Or if he has, that's it. He is actually, or maybe he has quit wrestling. I don't know. Look, another camera shot. These are camera shots we were not getting at the start of the night, but now we're getting them. I swear they've opened the door. Like, do you want to come in and watch some free wrestling? WWE on right now. Come inside. Yeah, come inside. Because we're starting to get some camera angles we were not getting at the start of this show. And that is looking like there's way more than 3,000 people there. MVP and Amos. If there's 100% legitimacy of Cody's injury, he should be out longer than a full year, says Larry. Elias is actually coming back. It's going to be good. He said he's done with wrestling, but as we know, never say never. God, that'll be so good. Imagine if he comes out and he's got, has he got a beard at the moment? I haven't seen him. I know he can grow a decent-ish beard, but they might put a fake beard on him. Him walking around pretending to be Elias could be exactly what this needs. Because as I said before, I think once you take Kevin Owens out of this is going to struggle. But actually, if you're about to introduce Aaron Stevens, Damien Sandow, Damien Mizdow, and have him pretending to be Elias and actually put them two together, that would breathe new life into it. I like it. Aaron Stevens retired, says Eric. Did he though? Did he? There's going to be someone here next week, unless they're going to do it as, like, on the video screen. So, I don't know if it's going to be someone that's... I don't know if it's going to be someone that's already on the roster or if they're going to bring someone in. Could just be a 1 week thing, in all fairness. Listen, if they've picked up the phone to Aaron Stevens and said, do you fancy it? I can't see him saying no. He still looks the same as he always did. The lower bowl holds 3,000. The floor seats are at 150. The lower bowl only holds 3,000 people. Isn't it a venue that holds like 10,000? How many levels are there? Is that true? The lower bowl can only hold 3,000. I'm dubious. Can you see my dubious face? Where I'm like, dubious. I don't know. I've never been to that venue, so I can't comment, but it certainly feels like it's more than 3,000. Could be camera trickery, though, couldn't it? Certain angles. I am watching Seinfeld, says Cynthia. No one ever retires in wrestling. Look at Ric Flair, says Forever Red. Woo! Brent said, there's a better chance of me having a litter of kittens than Aaron Stevens staying retired. What about his voice? Like what they say he's got a throat injury. Perhaps he doesn't talk. Yeah. Perhaps he doesn't talk. Perhaps he like strums the guitar to communicate. Are you having a good time? Ding. He is. He's having a great time. I reckon there's things you can do there. Does it bother you Undertaker's last match is not a standard match? Do you think he's got one more? It does bother me. What bothers me more is he didn't lose it. That bothers me a lot more. Because there is a tradition whereby you should lose your match. Like, really, your last match is you giving back to the industry. All them people that put you over, your last match is your last chance to give back to the industry. So there is a tradition that you should lose your last match and put the next person over. Like, you know, and they can then brag about having beaten, you know, you and beaten the Undertaker. And brag about, I retired. Imagine if Austin Theory beat Undertaker. Austin Theory can then run around saying he retired Undertaker. That would be a massive boost for his character. So I think not only is it a shame there was no fans to be there and say thank you, but also I feel like him not losing it is a bit of a But I suppose in a way we did get that WrestleMania 33 one where it felt like we were saying goodbye. So it's not like he's never had that. He's had moments. I mean, there's been a few times where I think he said, like, even after WrestleMania 30, he didn't know what the future would hold. So there was quite a few times where it felt like that was the end. So I suppose we've done it a couple of times. I think, to be honest, the hardest thing for him is probably staying away. Like, I would imagine it's quite hard for him to not come back in the ring. But I think he knows that from a health point of view, this is the right thing to not. You know, he's still he's in constant pain. And, you know, he's got a young family. I would imagine his wife doesn't want him. Like, Michelle probably doesn't want him to be going out there and continuing this. Putting his body through more damage, so maybe it's just, you know, better that he just now... I mean, it's been a brilliant send-off. So maybe it's better he does just stay out. People will always want one more, won't they? They'll always want one more. Do I think he could do it, though? Yeah, I reckon he could. MVP is in wrestling attire. Amos is always in wrestling attire. So I feel like we are going to get a match here. Undertaker should never lose his last match rest without teeth, says David Hall. I think there's a trail of ice cream bars leading to the seat. Yes. Ice cream bars and original ones as well. Totally out of date. Making people ill. And they're just like following them. Did you see Apollo Crews on NXT last week? No. Edward said, I want your show on the thoughts. All I've given at my show on the thoughts we've done is talk about how the show's gone. I feel like it's so weak, to be honest. I don't feel like it's the strongest week. I don't feel like this is a show that's had any major moments. I think if you missed this one, it wouldn't be a problem. The only thing you would have missed would have been a few qualifying matches. Here's Cedric. Cedric has made his way down, so I think we're getting Cedric against MVP. Cedric versus MVP. The new AEW belt is what the Intercontinental strap should look like. I miss Reggie Parks. Yes. Cedric versus MVP. All great athletes had a hard time staying away when they retire. Not just wrestlers. Look at Tom Brady. He retired and came back a couple of months later. Yeah. I wonder if Undertaker would have won a normal match. I mean, obviously when they did Undertaker AJ, the plan was for it to be a normal match at WrestleMania 36, because WrestleMania 36 was going to be a normal WrestleMania. But then plans had to change and they had to throw together the Boneyard at very, very short notice, which turned out to be a great fun match. And, you know, him riding off into the sunset, I think, was a fun ending. He could have still done that by losing, to be honest. He could have lost. And, you know, AJ and actually, it might have been even more emotional. If he'd have lost to AJ and Gallows and Anderson, what were they called? The Club. Was it the Club? Can't even remember now. But if he'd lost to them, and then like what we saw is him like get up off they go off, get into the car, they drive off. He kind of gets up and he sort of like dusts himself off, throws his arm in the air, the logo comes up, gets onto his bike, kind of has like a little look around, and drives off into the distance. Like, it would have hit just as hard. So I think there was ways of doing that Boneyards with him losing that would have been cool. You could have even had him could have reversed it and had Undertaker buried alive. But saying that, then, like, you know, I think him driving off into the distance is a lovely visual. So I think I still would have done that. And then, like, his send-off was great as well at Survivor Series with the hologram pallbearer. That was great. MVP has got the victory in this little squash match. Amos throws Cedric Alexander out of the ring. He can almost reach them briefcases, can't he? Amos, look, standing there. He can almost give him a tickle. Can almost give him a little tickle. Here's AJ. Yeah, so if it was going to be in a normal ring, I wonder what would have happened. I'm guessing Undertaker would have won, but I want to win now more than ever. I am not on Seth Rollins' level. Seth is beneath me. Could you imagine what AJ could do in AEW? Here's Seth cackling away. You want to sucker punch me and then cover up your cowardice by saying that you did it for Cody. So we are backstage in the corridors. We've got a promo for AJ, a promo for Seth. At this point, they should release Cedric. He doesn't deserve this treatment, says Kim. Huff Sports Media said this Raw has been subpar. Hopefully our Lord Theory can save us. And Judgment Day, that's true. Maybe we are setting up for quite a big final hour. That final hour won't have AJ Seth in it, though, which I thought it would. Because it looks like we're actually going to get that now. Well, this is not a bad segment, is it? I'm not down on this. The OC. Is that what they were called? Original Club. The OC. The OC. That was it, wasn't it? The OC Club was cringe. Yeah, it was cringe. The name was cringe, to be honest. The OC. I mean, like, do you know what I mean? They're always going to be compared to Bullet Club, so they need to come up with a name that's as exciting. I think if you're called the OC, I think you're already off to a bit of a bad start. Again, it was basically AJ on the back burner, weren't it? The OC was not a vehicle designed to push AJ forward and have him in main title pictures. I think it was designed to give him something to do whilst they focus on other people. I miss Cesaro, says Rivi. This has potential to be a 4 or 5-star match on Raw, said Master Chief. Theory and Lashley show off is going to be the main event. Shake my head, says Ron. I think Edge comes back with his old theme tonight. The Bully Club. The Bully Club. That might be a better name for Sheamus, Butch, and Ridge Holland, rather than Brawling Brutes. The Bully Club. Right. Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Why don't you let it show? Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I haven't got a clue what this song is anymore. Please let me know. It's a disaster of a song. I remember I used to be able to sing it with gusto because I had words and a melody. And now I've just got nothing. There's just nothing there now. I can't remember it. I think we missed it a few weeks for, things happening, so we didn't get a chance to do it. And now it's gone. It's gone. Oh, well. 6.13, 7, 7.5, 7, 7.7, 6.5, 6.5, 5.5, 6.13, 7.5, 9, 8, 6.5, 4, 8, 7, 7, 7. Days they'll probably do Ezekiel Elias segment, same way they did Mankind, Dude Love, Cactus, Jack. Yeah, there's a chance of that. There is a chance of that. 7, 3, 7, 6, 6.5, 6.5, 6, 6, 5, 7. I swear he changes that song every week. He does, because he can't remember it. 4, 5.85, 6, 3, 5, says CS Dub Wrestling. 7, are you happy or are you sad? I feel quite neutral, to be honest. I can't say this is a show that is, I don't feel like my mood has changed. I feel like pretty much exactly the same as when we started the stream. So, I suppose that's not a bad thing, is it? Things have not got worse. So, yeah, I'm feeling all right. 7.6, 5, 3.14, 7, 5, 5.5, 6.5. There was a problem with the camera. Yeah, it keeps going out of focus. I know, yeah. I don't know why it does that, to be honest. I mean, obviously, spoiler, this is a green screen. Like, I'm not actually backstage at Raw. This is green screen. I think the green screen makes it struggle sometimes. So if I didn't have that, then I think it would maybe not struggle as much, but it's all right. This isn't a face that needs to be seen in full definition all the time, if ever. So it's fine. 6.569, says Kenny. 6, the Hing General needs to be on both brands so that Days can say the Hing General. I love him. I love the Hing General. I wish that was his name. The Hing General. Who do you think will be Max Dupree? First clients. Cesaro speculation. Hopefully not Mace, but they said he's having trouble getting back from overseas. Well, I don't think it'll be anyone new. I'm not expecting anyone new, so I'm just expecting it to be someone on the roster that's struggling. I mean, could it be like I don't know. I mean, could it be a T-Bar? Could it be a Mace? I'm trying to think who else is on the roster that we just don't see. What about Mansoor? Could it be Mansoor? Who else is there? Is there anyone else that we just don't tend to see? Or who knows? I mean, it might go and get a Madcap Moss. Do you know what I mean? Madcap Moss might just turn up and be the person. It's hard to know because there's so many people that it could potentially be, but I don't see it being a return. I don't think it'll be like a massive surprise and, oh my God, here's Cesaro. Oh my God, here's... I don't know. Karrion Kross. Here's Seth freaking Rollins. Max Dupree should be Mr. Money in the Bank. David said, lack of crowd means the people are fed up with the rubbish storylines and repeat matches. You're not at Raw. This makes you a liar, just like Ezekiel. I just said I'm not at Raw. I literally just said I wasn't. That makes me a truth teller. Like Ezekiel. Burn it down. Keaton said, do you think that Edge will get his old theme back? Yeah. Well, he ain't going to keep the Judgement Day one. So, yeah. You think you know me? Honesty. It might have to be an interview with him first backstage where he, like, apologizes, because otherwise he's going to get booed. But when he comes out, then I'd imagine he'll very quickly apologize. This is a qualifying match, you know, for Money in the Bank. There's things at stake here. Money in the Bank. Mansoor is a failure. He does well in Saudi. If only WWE was always in Saudi, he'd be world champion multiple times. He'd break Bruno Sammartino's reign record. Backslide by AJ1. Just a one. Peru lost to Australia on penalties in Qatar. Group D is going to be France, Australia, Tunisia, and Denmark. I don't feel that France and Denmark are going to be too concerned with that group. I feel like France and Denmark have got that pretty easy. I mean, Tunisia ain't going to be upsetting anyone. Could Australia throw a spanner in the works? Probably not. Certainly, you wouldn't think against France anyway. So I feel like France and Denmark that should be quite easy for them. As per SmackDown Dark Matches, Mace is going to be Max Dupree's first client. Oh, that's true, actually. Yeah, you are right. I forgot about that. He was managing Mace, wasn't he? He was managing Mace. We did see that. I think it might even have been on Main Event. So, yeah, you are absolutely right. Mace. It's going to be Mace. I forgot about that. I forgot that we'd seen him in that manager role. AJ comes crashing down on Seth. Do you know what, though? Great. Because you got to do something with Mace. If you're not going to do anything with him, let him go. So you got to do something with him. He's a big guy. He's got a great look. And they're putting him with someone that can talk. Are there more exciting options? Sure. But got to give him a go, ain't we? Got to give him a chance. Just hope he can go in the ring. We haven't really been able to see too much because he was in Retribution in a lot of tag matches. And I don't remember him from NXT. He wasn't on, to my knowledge, he wasn't on NXT unless he was on it like a long time ago before I was watching it. But I do not remember him being in NXT at all. But I wouldn't be surprised if there was the odd match that was out there. But we certainly was not watching Dio Madden at takeovers. AJ goes crashing to the outside. So it's hard to know what to expect. Suicide dive. Over the commentary table goes AJ Styles. AJ down. Why has WWE buried Ciampa? He had great potential. I think he'll end up in AEW. Your thoughts? My thoughts are there's rumours that he has not re-signed and that they're trying to convince him to sign. So I suppose they are trying to show him and what life is like on the main roster and trying to get him to re-sign. So I don't know that he has signed. So I suppose there's an argument of they're trying to show him what the main roster is like, but also not overexpose him because he might be on the verge of leaving. And if he goes to AEW, you're not going to want to have given him loads of TV time. So It's a bit awkward. If he has re-signed, then there could be a chance of it could be they're just waiting for the right creative to come up for him. You get it quite a bit where people, if you look at like Belair, when she first came up, she was being used, but she was, being put in like mixed tag matches with the Street Profits and, doing the occasional bit and bob. But like, for those first 6 months, it was more just, there's a lot to acclimatize to. Like, do you know what I mean? You're getting used to a whole new locker room of people. You're getting used to like being around Vince all the time. You're getting used to being like on one of the biggest shows, bigger crowds as well. Like you're having to get used to new opponents, new locker room, Vince McMahon, like a bigger show, bigger audience. There's a lot to adapt to. There's a lot to like take in. So I think to throw him into like red hot feuds straight out of the gate is quite a bit to ask, rather than, let him settle in. But there's a few question marks around his contract and as to if he's re-signed or not. I could understand the concern, though, because we've seen again and again and again and again and again where people have come up and not been used right. Can go down a flipping long list. So I can totally understand the concern. And, yeah, I mean, like, again, because of his size, it goes back to what we said before about how Connor and Floyd are some of the biggest performing pay-per-view stars, and they are quite small. But that's not something that Vince seems to care about. He wants the giants, and that's not what Ciampa is. He's not a giant. So it is going to be an uphill struggle. Would a Netflix deal for WWE be more lucrative? Netflix could live stream the weekly stuff with no commercials. Who knows? I really don't know. I mean, first of all, I think the Fox deal, is it $1 billion? I mean, there's no reason as to why. I think Netflix have got that money. But equally, haven't I just read that they are actually cutting back on original programming? They're still doing it, but they're cutting back on certain things because their subscriber count has dropped quite a bit. Which is natural because during the pandemic, everyone was watching Netflix. And now I think we're going through a period where a lot of people are going out. So, I think the past few years, everyone was staying in, watching YouTube, watching Netflix. Now, a lot of people are going out. And maybe that is why we're seeing TV ratings struggling as well. Maybe that's another factor. Everyone was locked in for 2 years, and now all of a sudden they can go out. They're going out. So, I don't know. I don't know if Netflix would be able to pay that kind of money or would even want to pay that kind of money. But WWE is very attractive because obviously it's got a dedicated fan base. So it's you're bringing in the product and a dedicated audience. So you are guaranteeing regular viewers to your platform. So that's obviously why Peacock offered such a large amount of money for the network. So would it be more lucrative? Hard to answer. Hard to answer because of Netflix cutting back on how much they're spending on original programming. Quick strikes here by AJ. AJ going against the ropes. We've just been at commercial break, but we are back now. We've got the final hour to go. AJ trying to pick up Seth. Elbows coming into the side of the head. Clothesline round the back. AJ. Ugh. Plants Seth face first. Shoulder isn't down. That sucks. That sucks. That sucks. The shoulder wasn't down and Seth just had to move his body so that he was being pinned. The ref wouldn't count it and AJ had to... Seth had to actually move. That's stupid. Why would Seth position himself to be pinned? They should have just abandoned that spot. That is nonsense. Why would Seth reposition himself to make sure that he is being pinned just for the sake of a 2 count? If the referee at that point looks and goes, I'm not counting because your shoulder's not down. Because the refs are told, don't count if the shoulders aren't down. Like, it's so strange that WWE cares about the integrity of the rules when, like, there's so much stuff that they blatantly just don't care about. But that's one that, for some reason, the refs do get told, don't count unless the shoulders are down. But seeing, like, that, I can see that being something that Twitter's going to talk about and social media will talk, and rightfully so. Because seeing Seth, the referee, going, your shoulders aren't down, and Seth going, oh, sorry. And actually moving and putting his shoulders down so he can be pinned. Should have just abandoned it. Right, here we go. If I'm Vince, I'm going crazy at them there. I'm going to go mental at them when they get back through that curtain. Because I'm going to be like, certainly to Seth, what are you thinking? If your shoulder's not down, just abandon it. Calf crusher by AJ. Seth gets over to the ropes. That's really weird as well. And it's really weird how at that moment the camera went in quite close so that you could see the shoulder wasn't down. And so you could clearly see Seth go and shuffle his body round so that he was being pinned. Silly Billy. Cynthia said, I wanted to tell you, I've become a great aunt again. My niece gave birth to her second little boy earlier today. I can't wait to meet my new great nephew. Wow, Cynthia. Many, many congratulations. Well done. So your niece gave birth to her second little boy. That's amazing. And that makes you a great aunt. Ah. That's really interesting. Never really thought about what relation. So if I have a kid, my aunt would be their great aunt. That's really interesting. I don't have any children. Neither does my brother. So it's not something I've ever had to think about, to be honest. So, yeah, many congratulations. Thank you so much for the support, Cynthia. I'm really pleased that you enjoy hanging out and chatting with everyone in the community. I've seen you chatting away during the stream. So, yeah, great. Many congratulations. James said, Dio Madden was never on NXT, but he was the Raw commentary for a bit before Brock destroyed him. It's one of those where I could, you say, when I say he wasn't on NXT, I say it more to those people that don't watch NXT so that they know that we don't quite know what to expect. But equally, you have those hardcore fans that are like, actually, he had a match 2014 against Cassius Ohno. But do you know what I mean? Like, it wouldn't surprise me if there was the occasional match that he was involved in. I'm sure he almost certainly did at least NXT house shows and whatnot. But yes, you are absolutely right. Raw commentary was the first time I saw him. Something in my head, says he might have even been on the commentary team for NXT. And I can't remember if that's the first time I saw him. He might have been on commentary for NXT. He certainly was on the commentary for Raw, as you said. He got F5'd by Brock. And that's how I know him. And then he was in Retribution, and the Retribution stuff was obviously not great, and we didn't see that much of him singles-wise. Didn't see that much of him full stop, in all fairness. So I can understand why there's no excitement around him, but I would be quite intrigued. 1, 2, shoulder up by Seth. There's a nice net breaker there by AJ. Do you think Edge could bring back Gangrel and reform the Brood since he's not re-signed anywhere? Well, Christian's obviously in AEW, so unless they're going to just be Edge and Gangrel, then, or unless he's going to try and start a new Brood. But I feel like maybe that's what Judgement Day sort of were a bit of a new Brood. They were dark, weren't they? And I think, I don't know. It's hard to say that he's going to, because He clearly is going to be great friends with Christian. I'm sure he talks to him. I don't know what his contract situation's like. But he might be under a deal for a while, so it might not be possible to get Christian. And in 2022, do you think there'll be a demand to see Gangrel? Don't know. I'm going to lean towards no. Never say never in WWE. Buckle bomb there by Seth. Seth going up top. AJ down. Seth is... it's a lovely camera shot there. Oh, he misses with the frog splash. There was a great moment where Seth was on that top rope and we're actually behind Seth, and he kind of like... It's a great image of him on the top rope. He had his arms out, and in front of him is the Money in the Bank briefcases. And he was on the top rope doing that, and then he goes into his frog splash. It's nice. It looked really cool. He misses that frog splash, though. Lands, and AJ looking for a Styles clash. He doesn't get it. Styles coming over. He's got Seth. Seth with Styles. Styles over the top. 1, 2, 3. Seth gets the pin on AJ. Seth Rollins beats AJ. Seth Rollins will be in the Money in the Bank. Right now, AJ Styles will not. So, Seth Rollins is going to Money in the Bank. AJ Styles is not. AJ wins thanks to something Cody Rhodes. Jeff is out on bond. Warners do not want him on TV, says Virtual Fat Ass. It's going to be really interesting on Wednesday to see what AEW do. Justin said that match was sloppier than I thought it should be. Michael said, how hot is it in the UK? It's going to be 101 degrees here in Michigan. That's amazing. I can never quite, when someone tells me like a temperature like that, I can never quite picture, like, or do you know what I mean? It's hard. I know that's hot, but I couldn't tell you like how 100 degrees is to 90. I couldn't even tell you how hot it is here right now. I know that whenever I went to Florida, it was always around 77 to 80. So I kind of mentally think back to that. So 100 is very impressive. Because in my mind, that's, you know, well over. That's that kind of stifling heat. So, yeah, impressive. Certainly not that here in the UK. But I sleep in the day, don't I? So it's always lovely and cool for me. Seth just went up to a woman in the crowd. Was it a woman? I never actually saw it. It might have been a young guy, actually. Looked like he had lady hair, though. And he cackled at him because he was wearing a Cody shirt. He was like... I don't know if that was a woman or a guy with, like, curly hair. Don't know. I'm in Michigan as well. 110 in Arizona. Yeah, I just find that hard to go, like... It's hard. It's hard to, like, imagine how hot that is. As I said, what my brain does is it goes, okay, you've been to Florida. That was 77, 80. So this is like another 20 on top. So imagine your hottest day in Florida. And then a bit more on top, probably. And I can remember walking around Florida and it stifling me. I can remember it being so hot. It was not comfortable to be in. And you just wanted to get inside a air-conditioned car or an air-conditioned room, or like just being outside was like not comfortable. So I don't know. That's what I'm thinking right now. The heat index in tomorrow said that I'll have 110 to 115. I hate the heat, says Hoff Sports Media. It's been a heat wave here, and we're having some interesting storms. Oh, you lot have got me looking now as to what we're getting. I want to know what we're getting. Temperature Closest place to me is probably Telford. Temperature in Telford. Doesn't tell me. But in all fairness, I did spell temperature wrong. Right now, it is 48. But it is 3 o'clock in the morning. So 48 degrees right now, Fahrenheit. They are saying that tomorrow will be 68, Wednesday 71, Thursday 74. Friday it'll be 83. That's Florida weather. Oh my God. We're going to have Florida weather on Friday, 83. I have been in Florida when it's been 77. Fact. I know that for a fact. I've seen the temperature with my own eyes. And for some reason, that might even be a relatively cold day for Florida. But it's just always the number I think of because it's the number that's in my head. But we've got 68, 71, 74, 83... 59, 61, 65, 66. 83. Florida. It's amazing. I mean, yeah, you lot are like 110, 115. But to be honest, I don't want that. I feel sorry for you. I won't even experience that 83. I'll be asleep. But just knowing that it's nice and warm for people, that's enough for me. I'm just pleased for others. I'm just pleased for other people. 83 on Friday. Can you believe it? Let's have a look at London. It's probably going to be about the same, innit? Friday, 87 in London. They're going to be a degree hotter. In fairness, it's only a few hours away, so do you know what I mean? Will that be the same for Scotland? No, Scotland is going to be 5. Which is still your hottest day of the year. So, you can now go outside shirtless. UK heatwave, aren't we lucky, says James. Humidity is just as bad as in Florida as it is in Alabama. John said it's going to be 100 degrees here tomorrow. Summer coming in like a freaking grizzly bear. Yeah, that's crazy. 88 today in Ohio and 90 tomorrow. Wow. Well, where I am, it's around in the 60s. I mean, in all fairness, it's 40 now. I mean, I feel like I could probably go outside right now and be, relatively fine. Not like, do you know what I mean? Not shivering away, considering it's 3 o'clock in the morning. So, in all fairness, the summers here in England are actually quite good. We're known for rain. And we definitely do get quite a bit of rain. But that does not tend to be in the summer. That tends to be in the winter, spring and autumn. But in the summer, our summers are actually really hot and really good. We have some fantastic music festivals. Loads of events that go on in parks. And if you come over to England in the summer, it's a good chance that you won't get rained on. And there's a good chance that you'll have some nice warm weather as well. Certainly can't be guaranteeing those kind of numbers, though, that some of you have got. Right, here we go. Riddle against Tommaso Ciampa is what we've got. So Ciampa is on the show. These two will know each other very well from their time down in NXT together. It's crazy, isn't it, how big of a star Riddle is now compared to, if I remember right, he was never NXT champion. So he was never in the main event of, NXT TakeOver or that kind of stuff. Tommaso Ciampa achieved more in NXT than Riddle did. But the dynamic here feels completely different now. Riddle is easily the big star in this match. Elbow there by Tommaso. Tommaso going about his work. Big chop coming in. Forearm is blocked. Forearms, these two exchanging blows in the middle. Big chop by Tommaso. No half measures with Tommaso. Tommaso doesn't know how to do anything by half. Stomps on the leg of Riddle. DDT by Tommaso. 1, 2. Thoughts on WWE to not renew Paige's contract? She was on Twitch saying that she wanted to re-sign but was out of her control. I feel like it's a mistake because I think there's things that you can definitely do with Paige. You could maybe she wants to live in America. She doesn't want to do NXT UK, but that would seem like an obvious thing you could use her for. But I feel I don't know. I mean, like. It's hard to know what she is willing to do. Like, I feel like you could use her on the show easy. She could be a GM. She could be a manager. You could even try her as a commentator. I feel like she could absolutely bring value to the show. But I think the deal that she was on isn't a performance deal. I think it was more like an ambassador deal. So they can sell merch, and if they need her for, like, the odd show or meet and greets. So they had her on that kind of a deal. And I think rather than, give her a performance deal, they've decided to terminate it. Which I think is a real shame. It's a real shame, and I feel like they could have got more out of Paige. So, but it's up to them, innit? It's up to them. I think what's good is she suffered the injury in a WWE ring, and they have tried to support her. And actually, she has thanked them and said that they continued to support her longer than they needed to, or really should have felt obliged to. So she's been really great about it, and said, like, I owe them everything. Thank you so much. She's been lovely about it, actually. And I think that they didn't just abandon her. And I would imagine if she ever needs anything, they would help her out. And who knows, she might find a way back there. I definitely don't think it's a door closed, but it's just the end of that journey for now, really. So, but a shame. My thoughts are it's a shame. I don't understand why she can't manage someone, commentate, be a GM. Knee strike by Tommaso. Shoulder up by Riddle. Miz says Ciampa was this close to beating the #1 contender. Riddle is down. Ciampa's so ripped. I'm hoping Vince is watching this and being really impressed. Because it's a good little match, this, Clothesline there by Ciampa. Knee strike by Riddle. Ciampa goes down. Up goes Riddle, looking for floating bro. Gets it. Lands right on the leg of Tommaso Ciampa. Riddle over in the corner. He's going to come in. Oh, RKO. 2, 3. Riddle gets the win. Miz. Dejected. Frustrated. Good. I mean, look, they had an amount of time to put on a match, and I thought they did a really good job. The floating bro. Boom. It's not fair. You guys get 86 degrees. We get rain, then 16, 17, 18, and the hottest is 19. Yeah, move to England then, mate. Why don't you move to England? Why don't you become English? You should do that. Lots of advantages to becoming English. Better weather. That's about it, really, to be honest. And actually, our weather's trash for 3 out of 4 months, out of 4 seasons. So. They paid her well for a time. She got lots of exposure and opportunities. All good, says Salvador. Anyone else get acid reflex, says Sonny. Sonny, I hope you're well. Do you think Paige's non-renewed contract had anything to do with Stephanie leaving? Don't think so. I can't say that I made that connection. I do think that Nick Khan is really looking at where he can cut and make savings, and I know people hate him for that, but he's just he's just a good businessman. That's what businessmen do. So yeah, maybe Nick Khan has had a look at some of them people under contracts and gone, look, we don't need this many ambassadors. What is it that we've actually got Paige doing for us for that money? And, you know, the decision was made to, well, let's not renew it. Right, here is the EST, the greatest, the fastest, the quickest, the toughest. She looks great. The EST looking really good. It's in like a skirt. Swinging her hair around as always. I never needed you at all. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Burner, I never needed you at all. Watch me shine now. Watch me shine now. Commercial break. Esther is here. What if WWE thought in advance that they knew Paige wasn't going to give up her Twitch, and WWE doesn't want others to think Paige getting special treatment? That's double revenue for her. Well, if they wanted to give up Twitch, I think they could put that easily in and say, look, if you come in, then you do have to give it up. And if Paige doesn't want to do that and doesn't want to sign that contract, then maybe there was, you could be right. Maybe WWE could have given her a performer's contract, but she would have to give up Twitch. She didn't want to do that. That only left the kind of ambassador contract, which is, you get to be an ambassador. We've just seen, actually, the Bellas are under that kind of a deal. And they were at a race the other day, being the Grand Marshals. And, they go to these things and start the race. And it's just a way of promoting WWE by having a couple of, legends. They are Hall of Famers. Go and represent the company. So, there's definitely a need for people to do that. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know what they've had her do, basically, in that role. And I think they've probably looked at it and thought, to be honest, we don't need her. Like, no disrespect, but we're paying her and we're not really getting anything out of it. So, if she wouldn't leave Twitch, then maybe they couldn't give her that performer deal. Don't know. It's without actually knowing the conversations that have gone on behind the scenes. Like, it's just speculating, aren't you? I am. All I can say is I like Paige. I respect Paige. I think there's definitely ways you could use Paige. I think when she was a GM, she was fantastic. Manager, not quite as good. But I think that might be because she was with the Kabuki Warriors and it was just a bit weird, a bit jarring. Didn't really feel like they gelled all that well. But I would... they had her with Mandy and Sonya as... God, what were they called? You had Riot Squad on SmackDown, and then you had... whatever they were called. It wasn't Retribution, but I feel like it's a word like Retribution. Someone will tell me. She felt better in that with Mandy and Sonya. She felt better in that. Fire it in. Go on. Who's going to get it? Absolution. That's it, isn't it, Brian? Absolution. No. Sorry, James. Too late. Absolution. Well done, Brian. Absolution. In my head, I knew it was something like Retribution. Absolution. God, I feel like we've used every word there is, haven't we, for faction names? Right, we've got Bianca in the ring. We were doing this together. She's talking about how her and Rhea were coming through together and she loved it. She's soulless. Rhea joining Judgment Day is about intimidating people, but let me tell you something. I am not the one. So Bianca saying that she will not be intimidated. Here's there's Rhea. You're all talk. So we've got Judgment Day backstage. We're tired of playing nice. We're tired of taking orders. That's why we knocked Edge off his pedestal and removed him from Judgment Day. God, I'm looking at Rhea Ripley and I'm thinking she should be with Gunther. You could have a really interesting faction with Gunther, Rhea Ripley, Ludwig. She lays into Kansas. Stop caring about the WWE universe. I don't tell people I'm intimidating. I just am. I had my teeth knocked loose and I loved it. Is she wearing a brace? I think she is. I actually thought it was a piercing here, but I think it is a brace. I will eradicate you from existence. Daisy's going to impregnate Gunther. Do you think he'll let me? I feel like you'd have to get permission. You can't go sneaking up trying to impregnate Gunther without permission. We're backstage with Austin Theory. He's jacked, man, isn't he? He is flipping jacked. I got my tan right. I got my pump right. I got my angles right. I shouldn't be explaining myself to you. I'm on a different level. That right there is just one of the biceps that's going to go out there and beat up Bobby Lashley. I'm going to prove to the Almighty he's not on my level. I'm kind of down with Theory. I like Theory. I want to move to England for the next step in my boxing career, but I'm going to need to get a place, and I don't know people in England, says Edwards. Listen, you got to take that jump, ain't you? If you want to go into boxing, it's the same as these pro wrestlers that had to take that leap of faith not knowing anyone. There's Theory getting the pump on. Sheesh! 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 Theory's barber has done him dirty with that skin fade, says Harley. Daisy's way bigger than Theory. I tell you, he is jacked. He is jacked. Nothing but respect to Theory. For his age as well. Looks great. No wonder Vince is fired up. Vince fired Steph because she couldn't stop you talking about her mother. True. Shoosh. Right, Mustafa Ali against Chad Gable. We got just over half an hour to go. Shoosh. I need a portable air conditioner. Shoosh. Chad versus Ali. Shoosh, please, says Rivy. Shoosh. It's not true. In England, I've got James, Dave, and people in the community. Vince sees the next Cena in Theory. Yeah, he's got it all. Great talker, looks great, young. I mean, he can wrestle. I mean, he's got it all, isn't he? The only thing that he was really missing was that kind of gimmick that to really propel him forward. Cena had it all, but struggled when he was the prototype and actually came really close to getting cut. But he finally clicked when he was on the bus. I mean, everyone's heard the story. He was rapping at the back of the bus. Steph heard him, and she was like, "Can you do that on Raw?" And so they brought Thugonomics onto Raw, and they made him like the rap Thugonomics Cena, and to the moon off he went. And I feel like we're still in that stage for Theory. I mean, I don't know that he's going to get to the top with this current heel gimmick of taking selfies and all that kind of stuff, A-Town and all of that. I feel like we might still be in the prototype stage, and it's going to take something to take him to that next level, but he's got all the Raw tools. Theory versus MJF. Watch, I said it here first, says Rivy. Huff Sports Media said, Lord Theory to all you peasants. Put some respect on the Lord's name. The lights were flashing. It's going to be the Fiend, says TM Pier. Shoosh. Via Mahan match update. After this, innit? Isn't it? Veer Mahan wrestles tonight, but he's against Ray. But it's Chad Gable against Ali first. What do you think of Judgment Day possibly being supernatural? Not a fan of them going that way, but there was nothing there that hinted at it. So I'm hoping it's an idea that was floated and then shot down. Did you hear that NXT releases are coming soon? No. But to be honest, they let someone go from NXT that I don't even know who it is. So they could let go people from NXT, and I wouldn't even know who they were. I think one of them could be Roderick Strong. Okay, I know who that is. Thoughts? To be honest, it might be a case of letting him go before he leaves anyway. Because his wife's not there, and he was in Undisputed. I mean, all of Undisputed Era have gone. His wife's no longer there. He was in Diamond Mine, and like Malcolm Bivens has gone. Literally, everyone he knows is over in AEW. So I could understand him potentially not wanting. You know, just think about that. If all your mates and wife are all over in a different company, I mean, you're going to know people in WWE, but I can't say I'd be too surprised to see him rock up in AEW. I can't say I'd be too surprised at all. So, yeah, it might be a case of letting him go before he just, leaves anyway. It's maybe better. Well, I don't know. I was going to say it's probably better PR for them to release him than for him to decide he doesn't want to stay. But letting go of wrestlers is never good PR. But maybe they're thinking that it still looks better for them to say, or for people to know that they decided to let him go. So maybe there's something in that. Mustafa Ali making his way down. Is Cena going to come out in the main event? Strange that the pose-off is last, says Moldy. Don't think so, because they've been counting down all along till Cena comes in. So I don't think they would bring him out now. Two Dimes. Yeah, I don't know who that is. Not a name that resonates with me. I mean, I heard that he went because he failed a wellness policy, so I would say that I feel sorry for him. I suppose I still do, but yeah, apparently he failed a wellness policy. Roderick is such a good wrestler, but his voice is so, just like every time I hear him speak, I'm like, I didn't know he sounded like this. Do you remember when Keith Bearcat Lee won the NXT Championship? I don't, for he was the downfall of the Black and Gold brands. I do remember him winning it. I remember it being, was it spoiled by one of Indus I remember it happening and it hadn't aired. And I think there was a picture that came out of him celebrating. But no, I don't think he was the downfall of Black and Gold. I think the USA Network was the downfall of Black and Gold. I can honestly say NXT for me changed as soon as it went onto USA Network. As soon as it went to USA Network and it went to 2 hours, it was then a different product from the 1 hour show that we got on the network. And the 2 hour show, even at Full Sail, with a Full Sail crowd, felt like there was changes and felt like, you know, it wasn't just immediate, like, but straight away there was a second hour. And it definitely felt like there was maybe some USA Network involvement. And then very quickly we went into the pandemic. Obviously we lost the audience. It was such a strange time. Then we end up going to the Performance Center. We then get like the shows at that venue in the Performance Center. Obviously, ultimately, it becomes NXT 2.0. But for me, like, it dies as soon as USA Network comes along. The 1 hour NXT shows are so flipping good. They are so good. I really do put them up there with some of the best things I've ever seen in wrestling. They were just so easy to watch. I remember I used to watch them with my partner down in Southampton, and we used to just really enjoy every Wednesday watching them. Used to really look forward to every week the shows with Bayley and Sasha and Charlotte and Sammy and Kevin Owens. Imagine really the best of WWE, but in an hour. That's what NXT felt like, because those stars have now gone on to the main roster. Sammy, Kevin, Samoa Joe, Finn Balor, Bayley, Sasha. Do you know what I mean? Like Charlotte. Like all these people, Rusev, all kind of coming through NXT, and a lot of them, you know, okay, not all of them at the same time, but they were always strong rosters. Always strong rosters, and even those that haven't made it were great. I mean, like the Ascension were brilliant in NXT, but they just didn't make it on the main roster. American Alpha, brilliant, but weren't on the main roster long. So, yeah, loads of great people that didn't even make it out of NXT. Chad Gable has got the win. Suplex and bridged and held on to it. Now we're going into a video package. We've only got 24 minutes to go. So Chad Gable gets the victory over Ali. Now we're moving on to Rey Mysterio against Via, and I'm guessing it's going to be this and then that pose down, and then that'll be this week's Raw. It's technically the third version of NXT. It should be NXT 3.0, says Brian. That's true. Why let facts get in the way, eh? Right, here is Rey Mysterio. Boyaka, boyaka. 619. The real YT, shout out to you. Rey Mysterio versus Via. Gable, they just really don't like Ali, I guess, says Horatio Minds. Jaden said, I'm sick of this Raw, I'm going to bed. This show needs the Hing General. Honestly, I think that they've looked at it and thought, well, we did a couple of big things last week. There's not a massive crowd this week. There's a few matches that we need to get done for like Money in the Bank and whatnot. There's a couple of injuries, whatever, and you know, I mean, this is a show that has no Cody. Do you know what I mean? There's no Cody on this show, and that definitely missing that because he's been the biggest thing since WrestleMania. So this is a show without Cody. Obviously, there's no champion either. So it does feel lacking. No Edge as well. I missed the countdown to Cody. They could still put it up, but only now it would say 9 months. Rather than an hour, 9 months. Eric said, the camera angles remind me of 1980s WWE TV shows. It's interesting. CM Pierre said, I've spoke to the Fiend at a meet and greet and he told me to have patience. Yes. He said that to everyone, didn't he, on Twitter? And everyone then was, well, not everyone, but there was a chunk of people that were expecting him to be at Hell in a Cell. But I have to just go back to what I said before. I don't expect him to come back to WWE. Well, not at the moment. But I think he will come back to wrestling. Edward said, if I'm being honest, I'm not feeling the Nunes deal. I think he's going to flop for the amount we've paid. It's ridiculous. What about you? I think he's a great player. I think that it's a lot of money. I think that he's young and is going to need to adjust. I don't know how great he'll be for you next season, but get the ball to him in the right position. And listen, finishing is finishing. Scoring goals is scoring goals. So you are buying a guaranteed great finisher, great goal scorer. It's just, can you get him into the positions he needs to get into? And I think Liverpool can. So it's the unknown in it, but under Klopp, I think he'll be fine. Maybe if you didn't have a manager as good as Klopp, then maybe you wouldn't be as confident. But I think under Klopp, you'll be fine. It is a lot of money, though. Do you think we'll see Cesaro anywhere soon? Yeah, I think so. To be honest, though, I could totally understand him just enjoying some time away. I think, you know, if you work a job and it's just day after day after day after day, you know, you like to have a holiday and you like to have a break and you like to recharge. I don't know how much chance Cesaro has had to do that. I mean, I feel like his wrestling has been pretty consistent. I can't remember too many occasions where he's had like any kind of time off. So, I mean, I'd have to think back to his injuries. I mean, most wrestlers tend to have time off during their injuries rather than actually getting time off, unless you're Roman or Brock. But it's been fairly consistent, and so I'd imagine he's just really enjoying. Probably the same with Bray. I mean, just really enjoying recharging, refocusing. You know, just really enjoying his time away. So yeah, I'm sure he will come back. But I can't say... I don't know how eager, how quick he will be to do that. Because once you're back in the game, you're back in the game, aren't you? So, my advice to him would be, you know, take your time. Obviously, if AEW and I'd imagine AEW would be interested. Should be interested. Ain't going to take much, is it, to flip in, get Cesaro over? I feel like you do need a mouthpiece with him, but... a great wrestler. But one that I hope is taken this time to, do you know what I mean? Heal up, rest up. Right, Via versus Ray. Why did Cody last week do Raw Talk there about there being a chance of him being in Money in the Bank when he's going to be out for 9 months? I haven't seen Raw Talk, so I can't comment. He was on Raw Talk after he got beat up. Maybe I've got that wrong. Or were they just talking about him on Raw Talk? Don't know. Either way, they've announced he's out for 9 months. I ain't expecting him at Money in the Bank. Larry said Cody should be out longer than the 9 months. Arabian Knight said Sting versus Hulk Hogan. Right. Ray is collided into. Did you see that Tony D'Angelo got hurt at an NXT house show? There's going to hurt the storyline of him and his goons being in the Gardadale Phantasma. I don't watch NXT. I haven't been, I don't stream it and I don't watch it. So it you know, doesn't mean anything to me, to be honest. But that's interesting to anyone that's following that story. So if you are watching NXT, then we'll have to see how they address that tomorrow. Just like we're going to have to see how they address the Jeff Hardy situation on Wednesday for AEW. Ray going over to the ropes. Via versus Sanga. They need to bring back a guest host, says Michael. Into... Oh, that was hard. Ray going hard into the corner there by Via. Ray going hard into the turnbuckle. Via putting his arms in the air. Via Mahan going over to Ray. Dominic on the outside trying to get the crowd involved. Big kick there by Via. And again, another kick coming into Ray. Ray going over to the corner. Via charging over. Ray moves out the way. Against the ropes goes Ray. Up round the houses. Via over into the corner. Kick coming in by Ray. Strike coming in by Ray. It's crazy, isn't it, that we're still sat here in 2022 watching Rey Mysterio. I mean, I feel like we talk a lot about legends. We talk a lot about John Cena coming back. We speak about, you know, Edge returning. Obviously, there's been a lot of talk about Cody coming back. But I feel like we absolutely take Rey Mysterio for granted. Mainly because he's been in this tag team with Dominic for so long, and I don't think he feels like a big deal. Imagine if Dominic wasn't around, the kind of things we could be doing with Ray. Kicks coming in by Ray. Ray going against the ropes. Duck underneath. And again. Crossbody gets caught by Via. I mean, could you make an argument for Rey Mysterio to be the WWE champion one more time? There's a shortage of, you know, names. We've got injuries. We've just got Rey Mysterio in this tag team with Dominic. I feel like Vince has got his hands tied, though, because I don't think there's anything Vince can do. If he doesn't have Rey with Dominic, like maybe Rey would go to AEW or something. Or go somewhere else where he can work with his son. So, you know, maybe Vince's hands are kind of tied. Perhaps Vince would love to do some stuff with Rey. Victory for Veer, though. Veer is destroying Ray. I don't think Veer's not going to lose, but he's going to fight the head of the table. I think Veer would be perfect with Carly, or I think Umarga's old manager who had the hat and sunglasses. Do you agree? I feel like you could create a stable right now, actually. I feel like there's a few people you could put in a little faction. I think Veer would be one. A few people were saying about maybe Veer going into Judgment Day, but I'm not so sure about that. I don't know that he kind of fits the look of that. But yeah, I think you could definitely do something with Veer. He definitely feels like he's just out on his own, and it feels like we definitely could look to do something. We've just got an advert for Elias next week. Elias is in concert next week. We've also got Asuka taking on Becky next week as well. And we've got a platform being brought into the ring. So, looks like we're setting up for the pose down. How much longer with Veer and the Mysterios? Oh, God, I don't know. I hope it ends soon. Right. Theory and Lashley. This is going to be our final segment. We got 12 minutes to go. 12 minutes to go. Kind of weird how Mysterio used to win matches at the Tougher Stars in the past. I don't know how I feel about this, says Virtual Fat Ass. Elias is more like his younger brother. Ledge Killer says theory's here. Right, we're going to commercial break. Our final commercial break. Mohammed said, why don't you do NXT anymore? I don't do NXT because I'm trying to use that time to create like videos that can go onto the channel. Those videos I was hoping to have ready by the time the football channel ended, but they're taking longer than I wanted. And so yeah, I'm using that time for that. Because to be honest, I just don't really have any days that I can use. Sometimes Sunday, but sometimes we stream on Sundays, like we have done Hell in a Cell, and we did do Double or Nothing. So even Sundays can get taken up, and we've obviously been doing a lot of football as well. But like, you know, on a Tuesday, I tend to have maybe a football match. Most Tuesdays there's a football. Like tomorrow, England against Hungary. We've got that. And we've got Wrestling Escape Pod. Tonight is obviously Raw. We've got Wednesday AEW. Thursday is my only night I can research UFC. Friday is SmackDown. Saturday is UFC. So, I mean, I find myself doing that loop every single week, and trying to find those spare hours is tricky. So, you know, adding NXT in as well, it just got to the point where something had to go. So I still do like the football on a Tuesday. I still do Wrestling Escape Pod on a Tuesday. But NXT was sacrificed, unfortunately. I know you're not a fan of Dominic, but he got jacked a little bit and he's improving in ring and won the USIC title. Don't know. He doesn't look any more jacked to me. In ring is, I feel no emotional attachment to his matches. Like, he goes in, he does a few head scissors. I mean, there's just nothing there that I find. If your character is not engaging, if when the match even begins or before the match begins, you don't really care about someone, it can be quite difficult to actually get them involved during a match. It is possible, but I would say very hard to do with ad breaks and the amount of time you tend to get on a Raw and a SmackDown. Like, if you don't really care about someone and they need to win you over, it's going to be very hard to do that during a match on either Raw or SmackDown, because you only get a limited amount of time, and then it's probably going to be interrupted by commercials. So it's a challenge. It's a challenge for him to kind of win doubters around, to be honest. Vince is sitting in his office with some Kleenex. Dominic really needs to go to NXT or NXT UK. We don't want him. Don't send him to NXT UK. Do you have him in NXT? Ray to WWE champ. Lashley is there. Riddle is a legit MMA star. What about either of them for the title if they're going to take off Roman, which they won't do, says Brent. What I mean is if he gets jacked up and improves in the ring. Well, my answer to that would be let's cross those bridges first. Have you talked to Dave? Yes and no. I mean, like, he's been on streams and I've spoke to him, but I haven't spoke to him specifically about his channel. But it seemed like there was an issue with his passwords and whatever, and now he can't like log into it. But I mean, he could easily like create another account. I know it would mean like starting over again, but I think there's a community that would very quickly get him back to roughly where his subs were anyway. And obviously, you know, we'd point people in his direction. So, but it just seems more like he's kind of, you know, done with it. So I think I don't know. I hope he's well. From what I saw, it just seemed like he had kind of started to lose his passion a bit for it. Which I understand, man. It can be a grind sometimes, you know, day after day after day. If you don't have that passion for it, or if your passion starts to wobble a little bit, it's hard, isn't it? I can understand. Right, Adam Pearce is in there. Theory is in the ring, and here comes Lashley. Dave said on Twitter that he's creating another account, but he's not going to make any videos. Fans of WWE who might watch Raw every now and then see a pose down and go, let's see what else is on. Justin said, at this point, I've lost all respect and I have no sympathy for Jeff Hardy. He had that terrible match with Sting years ago, and now again the Troubles are going to ruin another match for the fans, says Justin. My counter to that would be, I think it's an illness that he has. I don't think that this is something that he is choosing to do. I don't know how much, like, it's an addiction. It's an addiction that he cannot get over. So he's an addict. It's a problem. It's an addiction. It's an illness. And I look at it more that way, like it is his fault, but it's not his fault. But I do also understand that certainly if you're going to get behind a car under the influence of any drugs or alcohol or whatever it might be, you are a danger to other people on the road and to yourself. And it easily could have been it could have been horrific. So I think sympathy is very difficult. I feel sorry for him. But I'm really pleased nothing bad happened, because it really could have. Theory said, this is my show. This is my posing. If you don't get on the podium, I am going to disqualify you right now. Theory on the podium. Here we go. Theory. Showing off the guns. I could do this all day, Bobby. Bobby with a smile on his face. This is almighty right here. Look at the traps. Look at the muscles. Bobby. I got this all day. I got this all day. I'm going to embarrass you. I mean, he is. I mean, it doesn't take much to look and go, Bobby's bigger. I'm going to take that title from you, kids. Here's Bobby. Double bicep pose. Gonna show off the guns. Gee, look at the size of those arms. It is insane. Like, I know that this is a wrestling show, but this is, jeez. Vince is loving this. He is loving this. It's now time to determine the winner. How are we judging the winner? Shut up! Chant for me! Chant for me! Chant for me! Theory wants them to chant for him. We have a winner. Bobby Lashley wins. Okay, let's see where this is going. I thought he was going to attack him from behind, but he hasn't. We've got one more. He said we got one more pose to do. It's this pose, and he squirts him with water. Theory throwing water at Bobby Lashley. Bobby Lashley can't see. Drop kick by Theory. Bobby goes out the ring. I gotta say, I don't mind the pose. I don't mind the pose off. I don't mind something a bit different on Raw, but I wouldn't have had it as the main event. I wouldn't have had it as the end of the show. Bobby is walking away. They've got a towel. Just dry yourself. It's only water in it. What's that? Well, I don't get what the problem is. I mean, like, literally, just wipe it off. Just got a bit of water on his face. Dave said his main focus on his daughter, not on YouTube. Makes sense. Makes sense. What is this segment? I don't know. The actual like pose down bit, I don't mind. I you know, don't mind a bit of variety. It's not my favorite thing in the world, but you know, if the heel thinks that he's got a better physique than the face and he wants to try and prove it, and obviously he hasn't, I can kind of vibe with that a little bit. But it didn't really go anywhere. I mean, it just Bobby Lashley got some water thrown in his face at the end of it. That was it. I mean, it just didn't feel strong enough to be like the end of the show. Like, that's how Raw ends this week. That's the end of Raw. That was Raw. So, and to be honest, normally, like, I always like to, like, I don't know, have a little video up where I share some thoughts about, like, something. I don't think there's really anything to talk about. Let's see what you lot think. What did you score? WWE Raw. What did you score? WWE Raw. Did you give it an 8 to 10? Did you give it a 7 to 7.5? Did you go 6 to 6.75? Did you go 5.75 or below? Below. If you know, then you know. It isn't water, it was baby oil. But it came out like water. Baby oil wouldn't squirt like that, would it? It looked like it was in a water bottle. It looked like it was water. Was it baby oil? If it was baby oil, then maybe I can understand that, like, you know, getting in his eyes and not being as easy to, like, get out. I bet people at AEW, especially Tony and Matt, are feeling stupid for signing Jeff. This is exactly what WWE were worried about. Him possibly going on to kill someone, says Michael. Ever said, I might take over the fantasy wrestling and fantasy football that Dave has started on my channel, but I need time. Brent said 6.25. You should do that, by the way, Edward. I think what Dave started was excellent. People really enjoyed it. So I think if someone had a channel that was dedicated to that idea, it would be really interesting to know how big that could go. I don't know. I don't know if people would be interested in joining it, but I bet they would, you know. If you look at the success of fantasy football, I feel like fantasy wrestling has definitely got legs. Brent said 6.25. 1987 Big Fan says 6. Stuttering Steve says 6.5. Dan said 5.75. Not strong, but not awful. Jamie said 7.5. Swerve Show says 5. Marty said 4.2. Sonny with a winky smiley face. Who won, Theory or Lashley? Lashley, but it was only a pose down. It wasn't like a match. But Lashley got more. Lashley got more cheers. Where is Finn Balor? He is with Judgement Day, and we saw them on the Titantron. Week ending. 4.7 said Bora. 6 says Dylan. 7 says Adam. 6.25 says Jilly. 6.5 says Wrestling Wriggle. Wrestling Mike says end the stream right now. Shoosh. Sonny said 5. Burn It Down says 7. Real YT says 3 or 4. Enders says 7.5. Lee says 6. Mike says 3.5. Enders says 7.5. The greatest night in the history of our sport, says Wrestle with Andy. 5.5. I'm going to go and watch Miz and Mrs., says Strip Doge. Have fun. I heard that the ratings on that have been quite good, actually, so, yeah. It always looks like a, you know, fun, easy watch. I would watch it. I wouldn't go out my way to watch it, but if it was on, I wouldn't turn it over. Mash Chief said 5 is all I've got. Shakeem says 5. 6 Vince's drooling over poses. Yeah, you know, as soon as those two got back out, Vince would be there like, God damn, I love it. Gotta pose. He probably thought that was the best Raw ending to Raw he's ever seen. It's probably like his number one ending to Raw ever that was for Vince. How do they work Elias next week? I think it'll either be someone that will be dressed as him, or it could be Ezekiel as Elias on the Titantron. So it'll be interesting. Go said the pose off was cool. It was a callback to old wrestling. They used to do that back in the day. Yeah, I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I am not horrified by the pose off. I think it could have gone somewhere more than it did, and I don't think it's an ending to a Raw. I feel like it's a good segment, but I don't feel like it's, you know... I don't know if you see that and then you go, wow, I've got to tune in next week. normally with the ending to Raw, you want something that's going to really get you to tune into the next episode, like a cliffhanger or something. Like, is that, I don't know, is that going to do it? Don't know. John said Vince should have fired himself, not Steph. Hawk, shout out to you. Where are we? We're nearly at 200. As soon as we get to 200, if we can get there, and I feel like we can, because I believe in us as a community, then we'll end the poll, and we will all go our own directions. But yeah, look, I think this was a pretty weak Raw, but I didn't hate it. It was there, and what I will say is it kept going. Like, I wouldn't say that matches outstayed their welcome. There was a nice variety on the show. I don't know if there was anything all that meaningful, and I do think it's an episode you could have skipped. But we'll wait and see what you lot score it first. I saw we might get Cena Theory at SummerSlam, said Justin. That'd be good. I'd be down for that. British Soundboard said Pose Off was fine, but not as a main event. It felt odd closing the show. James said, unless they did a lot of videos of Elias before he turned into Ezekiel. Yeah, that's true. So they could have had him recording stuff before he shaved. That's true. And then with this in mind, knowing they were going to use those videos. That's a good point, that is. That's a good point. Watch Robert Garcia interview with IFL TV about AJ. It's great. Okay. Are you going to defend Tammy Sitch for drink driving multiple times? That's going to be Jeff, and it's going to be sad, says Michael. I feel like Michael is having a conversation with someone else in the chat there, because I agree. I think that I don't think you can really. I think you can have sympathy for Jeff and his addiction, and the fact that he just cannot beat this. And I don't know, like, how much is his fault. Like, on one hand, you can say it's his fault. On another hand, I feel like it's an addiction. It's a disease. And, you know, I definitely have sympathy for that. But the DUI is, you know, where he's potentially going to hurt or kill someone because of his addiction. You know, him destroying himself is where the sympathy is. But, you know, the DUI stuff is a big problem. It's a big problem. And that's true, yeah. You know, that's where, like, the sympathy becomes a lot more difficult, because he could have killed someone easily. So it's just sad. It's just sad. I just find myself feeling really sad about it. Like, it's just sad. Just wish it wasn't happening, the same as everyone else. Just sad. We're at 200 votes. I'm looking forward to the England game, said Legend Killer. Hopefully they can get a result. Right, here we go. We have got 7 to 775. I'm gonna go with 5. That's the number I was thinking. I don't think it was a disaster. A disaster would be like 2, 3. I don't think it was that, because I do think that Seth AJ had some nice moments, although shuffling the shoulder over because he wasn't in position to be pinned was silly. There was also another match that grabbed my attention later, which I can't remember right now, but there was a couple of matches that I thought did well. Riddle against Tommaso might have been my highlight of the night, so I thought that was good. But we got, you know, a couple of people qualifying. So we got a few more people qualifying. The show, as I said, didn't really drag. It kept moving. But yeah, for me, I feel like this is one of the weaker Raws of the year. So I would say it was fine, but far from my favourite episode. And actually, do you know what? I didn't even go that far into the flipping poll. Otherwise, I would have seen that, yes, 7 to 775 got 27%, but 575 or below got 26%. So only 1% behind was 5.75 or below. The one below that was 24%, was 6 to 675. Do you know what? Respect. I think that if you watched this and you enjoyed it, brilliant. But I think if you watched this and didn't, that's fine. Because sometimes there's going to be strong shows and sometimes there's going to be weaker shows. And I genuinely do think this was a weaker show. I do think that it stops being a 2 or a 3 because of the fact that there was a nice pace to it. Nothing outstayed its welcome. I think some of the matches we got were fine, even if they weren't the most exciting. Like, you know, the first match that opened the night, Montez against Jimmy Uso, it was fine. It wasn't essential, but it was fine. They got a point. They got the point across. To be honest, I sort of feel like the way this show should have ended should have been to have got you to tune in on Friday. Really, Riddle should have been in the main event tonight. And it should have been something with, I don't know, the Usos and Heyman or whatever, I don't know. Like, I feel like that would have made more sense to have been that final reminder of tune in on Friday type thing. Because we do have a championship match. I feel pretty confident that it's going to be Roman that retains. But, yeah, I'm still looking forward to it. It's still something to look forward to. And they did say that next week looks quite interesting. We've got Elias, and they're going to give us Asuka against Becky as well. So we've got that to look forward to as well. So, yeah. Let's, as I said, we're almost done. Wrestling Wriggle says, it does suck for Jeff. If he won't look out for himself, he should think about others. He is putting them in danger. I hope he finds help. That's true. That's true. It is one thing to damage yourself, but he still, if you've got that addiction whereby you are taking substances or drinking or whatever it might have been, that is one thing. But the decision to then drive and potentially harm others is a line that's crossed. That's a line that's crossed. I've got, you know, if he is going to be at home doing this to himself or, you know, out on the town doing this to himself, that is one thing. And I've got all the sympathy in the world for him for that because it is an addiction. It is an illness. I do feel for him because this is a struggle he's had for a long time. But to then, I know he won't be thinking straight, but I mean, this is all part of the problem, isn't it? He's not thinking straight and then he gets behind the wheel of a car. It is a line crossed. It is a line crossed. So there's just nothing you can say really about it. It's just awful all round. It's awful. Horrible news. And it'll be interesting to see what happens with it and where we go from here. And all we can say is I'm really pleased that nothing disastrous came out of it because, you know, right now his career is still salvageable. He is still salvageable. But I don't know. Maybe he should call it quits in ring. Perhaps being out on the road all the time is just not that good for him. And perhaps, like, you know, he's had a long career. I'm hoping that he's got some money put aside. I'm hoping he's going to be all right. I'm sure that, you know, WWE would likely look after him for like an ambassador role or something for a bit, or maybe AEW will. And, like, they can bring him in for, like, just special occasions. And then maybe that'll allow him to, like, stay at home with his family. Don't know. I don't know what the best thing is for him, but... And I don't think he knows. And I feel like we're just going round in circles, but this is all you can do, I think, is just go round in circles. I don't know. I feel like there must be an answer out there, but I don't know what it is. But hopefully he gets the help he needs. Right. We're done. Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us. We are back tomorrow on the Football Days channel. So we will be over there for England versus Hungary. Then we are back with the Wrestling Escape Pod, which is our weekly podcast. that is weird, that, though. I mean, we do try to talk a bit of wrestling, but we go everywhere. We talk about music, we talk about films, we talk about dating. We go everywhere. So it's a pretty unscripted, unplanned hour, and I have no idea what's going to come up in conversation. So if you want to check out some of those, all the old episodes are over at the Wrestling Escape Pod channel. And as we said, I think that's where we will end up doing Forbidden Door. Over on there, so if you've never checked it out, it might be worth just checking it out if you want to join us for Forbidden Door, because I'm feeling 99% certain that we'll be streaming on that channel for Forbidden Door. So we are back with those streams tomorrow, and we will be back on this channel with AEW on Wednesday. So appreciate the support as all times, and hope you got summer out of the show. And got a bit of enjoyment out of it. And hopefully, I will see you again next time. Bye for now.